My sinuses again. And I'm freezing. It was hot yesterday. And now I'm freezing. Florida. Okay, so we got back to the actual trial yesterday. So yesterday we heard one of the detectives, detective, I don't remember, Dorothy Melvin. Good morning, Judy. Spector displayed the gun to and kept her purse. Um, that's really short. That's like, what are you doing, StreamYard? It's like 17 minutes long. And then there's another woman who I'm assuming is another. See that? It's like buffering and the screen goes black. And it's only doing it for a second. I don't know. I will just do that. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah. Good gravy, Marie. Come on, StreamYard. I shut everything else down. They are fine. They are absolutely fine. The only problem we have now is that Belle has lost 8 pounds and we don't know why. I knew she had lost weight. I didn't know she'd lost that much. She's perfectly fine. She's eating. She's not throwing up. The only thing they said is that they need to get blood work on her, and that is very expensive, and I can't afford to do that right now. So I need super chats, guys. Send me money so I can get blood work done on Belle to find out why she's losing weight. They did. They did very, very well. Um, Belle wouldn't get out of the car, so she stayed in the car while I took Spike in, and then I took him back out to the car, and then I literally had to drag her in. She just slid right across the floor inside the vet's office, and I just pulled her by her leash, and she just slid all the way to the back where they cut her nails.
Are present with the exception of the jurors and the alternate. Somebody wanted to address me?
Yes, Your Honor, I think both Messrs. Jackson. Should I start with? Sure. Okay. Last week, the week before last, we had discussed the issue regarding the tape recorded phone messages, and I wanted to put on the record. Mr. Jackson graciously listened to my concerns and objections on 3 of the messages. Rather than redacting, he's just removed them and he's presented to me now with a new revised transcript of those without them. So that issue is now no longer an issue.
All right.
The only issue left is, and it's a very brief one, is one, I would still object in general form to all of these tape recorded phone messages on relevancy grounds, materiality grounds, and on 352. And in particular, if the court is disinclined to.
Didn't I rule on these originally, subject to redactions?
No, we didn't, but we held it in advance to see if we could work it out, and then you asked us to revisit it with you one more time, and that's not the case. And then finally, if my objection to all of the tape recorded phone messages is in fact overruled, I would ask the court to look at the last message. Unfortunately, none of these are dated or timed, but it's the last one, and it's just 5 pages, and it starts out with the sentence, "I hope you had a nice time at the Dodger Stadium." So there is a general objection to the entirety of the exhibit, but certainly within that, there's a sub-objection, which is to this one that I just referenced, starting with, "I hope you had a nice time at Dodger Stadium."
Would you hand them to the clerk, please, so I can take a look at them? Response?
You don't need the original ones because I'm so.
That's fine. Response from the people?
Your Honor, we really don't have any. We litigated this at the bench. I guess it was the week.
That's what I was asking, whether it had been litigated. Mr. Rosen says I didn't rule on it.
Oh, no, I think you did rule on it. Mr. Rosen had made at least my understanding is Mr. Rosen had made the representation that the only 3 portions that he had problems with were the highlighted portions, and I've taken all those out. And then we asked if we could get a stipulation for the foundation of the rest. He agreed, and that's what this is. This is the rest.
Okay, I may be mistaken, but I don't recall a general objection by the defense on the record to the entirety of the message.
And your specific objection to the last one, Mr. Rosen? What, the use of language?
Yes, 352.
No, I think it's part and parcel, quite bluntly. I think that goes to the heart of the matter. Your objections are overruled.
I understand.
All right, thank you. I'll give it back to Wendy. We're ready to proceed? We're ready for the jurors?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
All right, let's bring the jurors in and let's have another witness, please. Yes, sir, Mr. Cutler.
Something went by me.
I'm sorry. What is your question?
Is this being played, Your Honor? Is this?
I don't know when the district attorney
Oh, I
intends
see.
to use
So
it.
It's not coming in.
It is coming.
Not this one.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is? Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, the jury is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you. All right, the jurors and alternates are now present. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We were doing some things outside your presence. Do the people have another witness?
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer a stipulation to counsel concerning some audio tracks that we intend to play for the jurors. At this time, there are 6, I believe, separate audio tracks, transcripts of which have been made and will be provided to the jurors at the court's request. I would ask counsel to stipulate that for a foundational matter, that these are voicemail messages received from Philip Spector to Dorothy Melvin, received from Philip Spector by Dorothy Melvin at or near the time of the incident about which she testified. Each transcript is broken into its individual voicemail message, and separate audio track files will be played in order of the transcription.
Correct.
So stipulated?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll accept that stipulation as a given fact, and the people may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you appoint the bailiff or me to hand these
You
transcripts?
can hand them out if you will.
Separated in general.
Have you marked a copy as an exhibit?
I haven't yet, Your Honor.
All right. Next in order will be People's 3, I believe.
I'll place a P3 in the upper right-hand corner of this document.
3 of these are transcript.
Yes,
Or compilation transcripts.
it's a group of transcripts. Wendy, does that work for you? All right.
And It's 12 pages long. When the court's ready, we can begin with the first track.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Dear Dorothy, you came into town on Friday and you never called us. We found out that you got in and you left a message and we knew you were in town. You left a number where you were at, an 805 number, 818 number. How long have you been here and why didn't you tell us you had arrived on Friday evening? What time did you get in? No, actually you got in on Friday morning. That's what we were told. Or Thursday night. Today is July 3rd. So you must have arrived on the 1st. And you left some message on our service that you didn't want to be called at your home. Why would you do that? And that nobody knew you were here? I didn't understand that message. But I don't know what it means, but obviously you're in town. And you left a message on our service that you were here and that you arrived early Thursday morning, July 1st. So actually July 2nd, excuse me. So call us when you get a chance, and it would be nice if you had told us that you were arriving. And why don't you have a number where we can reach you? Or is this the number we should call you at? In any event, where we can reach you? Or is this the number we should call you at? In any event, we're calling you today, Friday, July 2nd, 1993, for your message that you were coming into Los Angeles and that nobody knew where you were. So we figured it best to call your home number so that everyone, not everyone, but that's the only way we know how to reach you. So I assume you arrived Friday morning. And you left us a message that you were getting a manicure or something like that. So where are you? And call us. And we'd like to see you and talk with you. And don't be so mysterious. And, if this is the number we should call you at, we will do that. Okay? All right.
What? Don't be so mysterious.
Okay, we'll talk to you. And we understand that why you're not telling anybody else you're in town, but I don't understand that message anyway. You said you're not telling anybody else that you're in town, but we appreciate that, and we hope this is the right number to leave you a message at. So call us back at our number, and we'll talk to you then. Bye. Yeah, I'm going to be leaving for New York today. I just wanted you to know that what you did last night was the right thing. I don't know ill will. It was what you had to do under the circumstances. I understand that. So, as your book says, the odds that you wouldn't do it are 99 out of 100. But it's okay. It's all right. Or as your book also would say, every person now living in the United States has one chance out of 14 of them having the police call them them, and one chance is that they have the police come when they're called against it. But that's okay. No, I really understand it. It's okay. If you want to harbor ill will against me, it's okay. But I understand what you did. And under the circumstances, I don't know if I would have been as tough, but I probably would have been a lot tougher. Okay, goodbye. Firstly, I have 6 messages there. Secondly, I realized they said something in that last message I didn't understand. I know what harbor ill will means. Anyway, if you're pissed off, that's harbor ill will. Things like that. I don't know what those words came out of. Maybe I can change it. In any event, I just want you to know I don't know what harbor ill will means. But if you're pissed off and still want to say pissed off, that's okay. And as your book would say, I cannot tell you how grateful I am. I feel if you missed it. Goodbye. don't worry about the competition. Let the competition worry about you. All right, I cannot be replaced by a machine unless it learns to drain and all that things, right? Okay, keep smiling, Dorothy, but not so much that people begin to wonder if you're mentally about it.
What in the heck? Did he say he was having trouble with his nipple rings? Did I hear that right? Oh my God.
And I expect a return call, but be very careful what you say to me, because nothing you say to me is worth your life. Goodbye, Dorothy. I hope you had a nice time at the Dodger Stadium. You talked to our lawyers. You violated one of the great laws of jurisprudence. You deal with our lawyers from now on. If you have a problem, you call them. And you don't line them for two. And you're never going to get out of what you did. And I'm going to get you for what you did. You will see papers Monday morning.
Your Honor, that completes the audio tracks that we intend to play at this time.
Do you wish to mark the audio as an exhibit?
I will at this time, Your Honor. Yes, and then I'll address the court. This is a matter of housekeeping. There's probably an easier way for us to go ahead and compile that down either on audio cassette or maybe a single CD instead.
If that's what you want to do, we can hold off and do it at a later
Well,
time.
let's do that.
All right.
Talk to my technical people over the lunch hour if you don't mind.
You talk to your people. All right.
And after
Do you want me to collect the transcripts?
And after you
Yes.
talk to the technical people, can you get a copy of it also?
Yes. Wendy, you have a question?
Well, I was gonna say, just go ahead and mark it, and he doesn't have to give it to me until he has the one that he.
We don't know what it's going to be. If we mark it, we can't tell you what the exhibit's going to be, but we know that there's going to be a need to mark
Okay.
an audio version of the transcripts that we just heard. Okay? Or transcripts that we used. All right, you may proceed.
Maybe like all the transcripts from the jurors.
Right. And I'm assuming the court reporter did not report what was done.
So stipulated.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, as I indicated.
Do you have a witness problem now?
Yeah, just
Okay.
some transportation problem. We'll be here at 1:30. We'll be ready
Okay.
to proceed.
The next witness is coming from out of town and was delayed and will be present at 1:30, so we'll be in recess till 1:30. Is there anything else we can do outside the presence of the jury?
Yes, there is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will be in recess until 1:30 this afternoon as far as you are concerned. Thank you. The jurors and the alternates have left the courtroom. What would you like to take up? Mr. Rosen?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. As I understand it, the prosecution is seeking to play two other tape-recorded phone messages, not with the next witness, but with Ms. Jennings, as I understand. Correct. And Mr. Jackson and I have spoken about this, Your Honor, not to
Okay.
exclude you, Mr. Dixon.
That's fine. In fact, I was going to ask if I could be excused for this.
Certainly, absolutely.
And Mr. Jackson provided me a transcript prepared by his office of these two, it appears to be two messages. And I'm going to ask the court to take a look at it. I don't know if you have a copy of them.
I don't
Can
believe
hand it
so.
up to the court?
You may.
And as with the tape-recorded phone messages with prior witness, we would interpose an objection on these two on relevancy, materiality, and also on 352 grounds that the probative value does not justify or I should say outweigh the prejudicial effect. We believe that they should be excluded.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, these two phone calls, I believe the foundation will establish, were made directly after Ms. Jennings' last invitation by Phil Spector in 1996 to a birthday party to which she did not go. They maintained a level of contact, some friendly contact after the incident that she's going to testify about, the Seminole gun incident. She was invited by Spector to a particular event. She didn't go, and these two messages post-dated her not going. I believe they are in fact relevant of Defendant Spector's state of mind and his relationship with her, and how it relates to how he was treating her and not treating her. It's corroborative of her initial statement concerning the gun incident as well at the Carlisle Hotel.
Well, bottom line is I'll wait till she testifies and then I'll see whether I believe they're admissible based on her testimony.
May I just respond
Yes.
very briefly? I hear what Mr. Jackson says, and of course, if I were sitting on the left side of the table, I would make a similar argument. But he's going to be able to get that in through the witness himself. And if you look at the language in this, it's highly prejudicial.
I'll take a look at it. Let me hear what she has to testify, how she testifies, and then I'll make a decision. Thank
So we
you.
won't get to this until after the court.
That's correct.
Very well.
All right. Thank you. Anything further we can do?
Would this be a good time for us to make our office prove that the court just keep the focus on the matters for tomorrow? Or
I think maybe we can do that at the end of the day. Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Sit. We're in recess till 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, that was the voicemails, and man, were they weird. I did not expect that.
President is heretofore with the exception of the jurors and the alternates. Yes?
We have a legal matter.
All right. Okay.
Me with a.
Come on, StreamYard, don't do this to me.
I'm holding it for the court to see. As I understand it from Mr. Jackson. This was handed to him just moments before he came into courtroom by the next witness, Diane Ogden Hall. It's OGDEN hyphen HALD. And he has indicated to me that he does not intend to offer it in their case in chief. Of course, just having handed it to me, I haven't had a chance to listen to it. And he's indicated that it was only about 10 or 15 minutes, but we still haven't listened to it. Rather than hold things up, I request to the court is that we're ready to proceed on witness. And just when she's finished for the day, if she'd be excused on call to the prosecution, give me an opportunity to listen to it this evening. If there's some reason to bring her back based on what I heard on the tape, then we'll let them know. Otherwise, we're going to have to interrupt, and I don't want to do that. So if that's agreeable with the court, we're fine.
Dang it.
Mr. Cutler? Yes?
We just found out about it, so that's why
Okay.
we're having a confab now.
Your Honor, Mr. Cutler is going, on behalf of the defense team, to cross-examine Diane Ogden Halder, and he shares with Phil Spector that he would prefer to have the opportunity to listen to this first before he starts his cross-examination.
Well, it depends. Do the people have any idea what it is?
I listened to it over the lunch hour. We were just given it.
Give me a synopsis of what it is.
It's, I didn't count the number of messages. It's a number of voicemail messages from, purport to be from Phil Spector to Diane Ogden, variously saying, call me back, or one of them is you know how the old-fashioned machines would beep and you could pick it up and it would still record both ends of the conversation until someone hit a button.
Yes.
One of them is of Diane and Phil speaking about nothing. Hi, how are you? What's going on? It's been a long time, or, you know, good to talk to you, or good to hear your voice, or something like that. And then I think she hits the button. The others are him leaving messages. Where are you? Call me back. Why haven't you called me back? My number is such and such. Things of that nature. Of no import for us. We're not going to use it in anything of that nature in our case in chief.
I appreciate it, Ronald, but we haven't heard them, and the extent of the relationship between Ms. Ogden-Holder and Mr. Spector is extremely significant to us. So
Here's what I'll do.
what do you think we ought to do with?
I've got a tape recorder here if you.
What I'm going to do, we're going
15
to bring the jurors in. We're on their time. We're going to have direct, and between direct and cross, you may have a recess, and you can listen to the tapes.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Let's bring in the jurors.
No, I thought you said.
All right, the record will reflect the jurors and the alternates are now present, and you have another witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Diane Ogden.
Okay?
Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated in the witness stand. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Diane Ogden, DIANNE, Ogden.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. I'd like to invite your attention back to 1982. During that year, did there come a time when you met a man named Phil Spector?
Yes, sir.
You know what? Just one second. If you could take that microphone, pull it underneath your chin. You won't have to lean forward.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you. You may proceed.
During 1982, you met Phil Spector, correct?
Yes.
Tell us briefly how that came about.
I had just done a music show with the Eagles, and the publicist on that show and I became friendly. And she was Phil's publicist named Nona Egan, at least that's what she said. And so she arranged to have dinner. I mean, this is a long time ago. She wanted Debbie Pryor and Philip and I to all meet and have dinner at La Maganette, because that's where he liked to go.
Well, let me ask you a couple questions as a result of that answer. La Maganette, what's that?
It was a restaurant like across from the Fox and Hounds, I think, wasn't it? Or the Scandia on Sunset by the 9000 building and by Hamburger Hamlet, and not far from his home that he had in Beverly Hills there.
Sometime later, you went to a home in Hollywood Hills or Beverly Hills, is that correct?
Yes.
And it wasn't far from this restaurant that
Right.
you just told. Okay. Remember, we can't talk at the same time, okay? Okay, thanks. Another question as a result of your first answer. You mentioned you just finished working on something for the Eagles.
Yes.
They were a rock group back then.
Mhm. I did a lot of benefits with a lot of people, and I also did a lot of comedy shows for HBO and Richard Pryor series, and I was a talent casting coordinator and did many, many shows since 1976.
So during the period of time that we're talking about, at least in 1982, you were involved in the entertainment industry.
Yes,
Did you have anything to do with the Grammys?
yes.
Briefly tell us.
Well, the Grammys I have worked on for the last 20 years. So I think I only missed one in 20 years. And I help coordinate the talent, rehearsals, and all the musicians. And my best friend, Tisha Fine, she is one of the producers. And it's like one big family, the Grammys. I mean, everybody's worked there forever, so.
But in addition to the Grammys, you had a larger role in the entertainment industry.
Oh, definitely, yes.
Now, notwithstanding that role in the entertainment industry and the Grammys, when your friend mentioned that Phil Spector wanted to get all of you together for dinner at this restaurant, did you know who Phil Spector was?
No, I didn't. She said she wanted to get us together,
Okay.
not that Philip wanted to.
All right.
And I did not know him, no.
Did you go to that dinner?
I did.
And it was at the restaurant that I probably can't pronounce, but
La Maganette.
right. Is it there anymore?
No.
Okay. Did you see Phil Spector in the company of other people after that first meeting at the restaurant.
Yes, I did.
Explain that to us briefly.
Well, excuse me, Philip would have Donna, his secretary, call and arrange, to meet there. I think we went there roughly 6 different times and with a variety of people. And Deborah was there a few times with me, and Dennis Hopper was there one night. And it was just his favorite place to go and relax. And
At that time, you're referring to Phil Spector.
yes. Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned at one point you met a group of people there, including Dennis Hopper.
Right.
Now, Phil Spector, did he call to arrange these or someone else did?
No, well, Donna, his assistant at the time, would call each person and have them say, Mr. Spector would like to meet you at such and such a place. Would you like to do that? Either yes or no. And that's how it would happen. He would never call me. She'd call.
Now, did you go each and every time that Donna called, or
No.
just sometimes
Uh-huh.
when you were available?
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find being in Phil Spector's company, at least at those dinners with these other people, to be a pleasant experience or not?
Oh, yeah. It was always fun. He was very funny. And he was always funny with Debbie Pryor because she's funnier than Richard. And I know he liked Richard Pryor. And it was fun. We always had fun. And he was very interesting, Philip.
Now, after that, I think you said you went to this restaurant with this group of people that included the defendant, Phil Spector, 5 or 6 times. Is that correct?
I would say over the months, probably yes, 5 or 6 times.
Now, after that, after this 5 or 6,
Time frame.
Yes, can you tell us, a month or whatever?
Well,
What year?
1982. I have to, I can't exactly remember, but
Thank you.
after this 5 or 6 dinners at the restaurant with Phil and these other people, did there come a time when this woman who worked for him called you and asked if you would have dinner with him alone?
yes.
And when was that? How many weeks or months after the first meeting at the restaurant did that happen?
I would say a couple of months. I mean, a few months, it seems like, because I felt like I knew him, like he was, I felt comfortable saying yes.
And did you like him at that point?
Oh, yes, I liked him. I mean, he was funny and I thought he was a gentleman.
So when you were called by the assistant and asked to meet Phil Spector at this restaurant alone for dinner, you agreed?
Yes.
After you had dinner, and let me withdraw that and ask you this, about what time? Do you remember, was this an early evening dinner, a late evening dinner?
No, it was usually late. And sometimes I didn't know if I was going to be alone because he'd have a friend sitting there like Dennis Hopper was saying, hi, Philip will be here shortly, but talk to me now, So anyway, it would be late.
9, 10-ish?
Yes.
Now, on the time that you were asked to have dinner with Phil Spector alone at the same restaurant, at the end of the dinner, did you go somewhere with him?
That evening, he asked me if I would like to see his home, which was on my way home. And I said, okay. So I followed, I took my car and he had his driver and he went in his car.
Was this a dinner that you had alone with him at the restaurant? Was there anybody else at this?
No,
restaurant?
just the 2 of us.
So after dinner,
Excuse me.
no, that's okay. After dinner with Phil Spector,
Looks nice.
thank you. Would you rather have a glass? Mr. Cutler's been nice enough to give us a glass.
What's your preference? Would you like to drink out of the bottle? or the glass?
This might make a noise when I'm stuck on it, so that's probably better.
Yeah, you may.
Thank you.
This would have been the first time you'd been to Phil Spector's house.
Yes.
And this was in the Hollywood area, or where
No,
was it?
it was, the zip code's 90069. It's Beverly Hills. It's right before you hit Truesdale. And it's right on off of Sunset, up Sunset, in those hills. And
So you agreed to go up there. You went in your separate car. Yes?
yes.
What happened when you got there?
I parked my car and he had a fountain out in front and it looked kind of like a castle, this house. It was really, really interesting looking. It was, it was really beautiful and interesting and kind of scary too, because it did look like a castle. And so we went in and talked, and it's been a long time. About
I understand.
what we talked about, but we had a nice little time. He had a popcorn machine, I think, and his house was full of all kinds of interesting things.
A little different than some?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you recall whether or not Phil Spector had been drinking that night, either at the restaurant or later on at his home?
Well, yes. He had. I don't know if he was drinking at his home. I don't recall that.
Is she supposed to be a witness for the prosecution? Because she's acting like she had the time of her life at this man's house.
He had been at La Maganette, but I didn't think overly.
Right.
I didn't notice him slurring his words or anything.
After you'd been at his home, after the dinner, and seen the popcorn machine, the other interesting things, did there come a time when you decided that you should leave?
Yes.
And did you communicate that to Phil Spector in some way?
Yes, I did.
How'd you do that? What'd you say?
Well, as far as I can recall, I said, Philip, I do need to go home. I have to work tomorrow, and it's late. And he didn't want me to go home, and he kind of disappeared. And I put my purse in my arm, and I'm waiting, and I heard this buzz, and it's like he locked the door on me. He had bars on the front of his door. And they locked, and he had a button somewhere he could push and lock them so you couldn't get out.
So you're locked in the house. Is that yes?
Yes,
And in an earlier answer, I think you said you had a purse with you.
I did. I always do.
Some kind of handbag?
Yes.
Is it over the shoulder?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, that's true.
And when you got ready to leave, what did you do with the handbag?
Well, I said, Philip, I need to go home. I put it over my arm. I said, please, and I tried the door, and it was still locked. And after begging him a couple of times, he did finally unlock the door.
What else, if anything, did he say to you about neither letting you go or not wanting you to go? What would he say?
I thought that was odd because I'd never seen him act that way before. And, so I thought he was just playing a joke, because but I hadn't seen that side of him, and he wasn't really laughing, but I was, because I was nervous. So.
Were you a little worried?
I was worried, yeah. I was worried, but then I thought, well, why should I be worried? I've known this man for a few months, and I wasn't worried, but I just thought that was unusual for him to lock me in. But he was just playing with his door and his buzzer.
So after the door was locked and you had the conversation you've told us about, did
Yes.
there come a time when you were able to leave?
Yes. Mhm.
And is that you?
Yes, it is. And I did leave.
Okay. Got in your car and left.
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. Sometime after that, did you become his work for him in some manner?
Well, that was years later.
Okay.
This was 1982. And I would keep in touch with him. He would send me birthday cards, and he was very sweet, and call me now and then, and just to say hi and leave a funny message. And then in 1988, I saw him again. I mean, I don't know how we saw each other, but in this business, you're always going around in the same circles, and maybe Debbie Pryor called him and said, let's go. I don't remember, but anyway, he got in touch with me. I was living at the beach in Santa Monica, and
Go ahead.
And he asked me if I'd like to help him if I wasn't working, because I have show to do, and I have intervals where I wasn't working. And I said, sure, I'll help you. And
What did you do to help him?
Actually, he trusted me a lot. I felt good about that, because I would call the bank for him and do change his CDs and put him, do banking stuff and invite people to the parties at his house, just small ones. Host the bowling parties. Invite people to the bowling parties.
Did he often have bowling parties?
He had bowling parties for his friends,
So you acted as his kind of a special assistant in a way?
Yeah, I think so. And friend,
And you were compensated for this?
Yes, I was.
During this period of time when you went to work for him, to the degree you told us, did you learn that he'd moved?
He sent me some thing in the mail that he had moved, or called me on the phone and said he'd moved.
And where did he move to? Do you recall?
Pasadena.
Now, did there come a time when you went to that Pasadena?
Oh, sure,
house?
yes.
And was there a time you went to the Pasadena house and had a bad experience?
Yeah, yes.
Do you recall when that happened? Month and year?
I recall it was in 1989, in about March, in that area, 89. And I think he'd ordered a fight or something, and he had some people over, and it was getting late, and people were leaving, and he didn't want me to leave. He didn't want me to leave, and I thought, oh, here he goes. He's just going to lock me. I didn't think anything of it, and I'm saying, okay, Philip, now I'm going to leave. I have to go now, and I put my purse on my arm. And I'm saying bye-bye, or however, give him a kiss on the cheek, whatever. And he goes, he's from the side of my right side, and I hate to say this, but he had a rifle in his hand. I don't know where he went to get it. I never saw where he went to get it. Okay. The house was quite large, and then he was screaming at me.
What was he? And this was after you said that you were going to go home. Is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Ogden, at any time you just want to take a little break, we can just ask the judge. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So about what time in the evening was it when you announced to him with your handbag over your shoulder that you were going to go home? Do you have any idea?
No, not exactly.
Late?
It was probably around midnight. And I want to make it clear, too, that I was subpoenaed to come here, okay?
All right, we can talk about that right now. How did as good as, maybe we'll take a little break from this.
Sorry.
That's okay. Did there a long time after this, but not too long ago, did you meet a man named Brian Bennett?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And he worked for the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yeah, the crime, organized crime division said on his card. Yes. Yes.
Prior to that, you had not contacted law enforcement in any manner about this? You had not volunteered to come forward?
After the incident?
Yeah, any of this time. From the time this happened?
Never. No.
We're now talking about a March 1989 incident at the Pasadena house belonging to Phil Spector, correct?
Right, okay.
From that time until you met Brian Bennett, you never really talked to anyone from law enforcement about this, had you?
Never, no.
And Brian Bennett knocked on your door?
Yes.
and asked you to talk about this and took a kind of a statement from you, right?
Two gentlemen, two plainclothesmen,
All
at
right.
7:30 in the morning, came to my door at Park City, Utah, where I live. And I was worried because I thought something, maybe I have two children, and I thought something was wrong. And so, I mean, it startled me, and I heard them banging, and and they said, they were detectives, and I let them in, and they showed me their badges, and they said, do you know a gentleman by the name of Phil Spector? And I went like that, because I was like, what? This is a year after. I mean.
That year after Lana Clarkson.
I believe, yeah.
Okay. So that's how you came
Got
to
involved.
be sitting where you are now, right?
Mhm.
Is that you?
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, you wanted to talk about that.
I did. I want to make it clear.
So let's go back to March of 1989 at the Pasadena house.
Mhm.
You have your handbag over your shoulder. You've announced it's late. It's midnight or so. You want to go home, correct?
Yes,
Do you notice whether or not Phil Spector had been drinking that night?
yes. He had,
A little or a lot, or do you know?
I didn't ever keep.
I wonder why she wanted to make that clear. I wonder if she was like afraid of retaliation. Like I wonder if she wanted Phil to know I didn't volunteer this information. Like I didn't come forward and say he did this to me too, I'm curious as to why she wanted to volunteer that. Is she afraid of him?
I never poured his drink, so I mean, I didn't pay attention to that, but I don't know. I can't tell you.
And I think when we left this, you said you were standing there, your handbag was over your shoulder, and Phil Spector came from one side of you with a rifle.
Yeah. Mhm.
And did he say anything to you at that time?
He was screaming at me. He was screaming the F word, and you're not fucking leaving. You're not, it was like I couldn't even understand him. He was not my Phil. He wasn't the man I loved. I mean, I cared about this man, and it wasn't him. It was like he was demonic. It was just a total, I can't describe it, but it was scary. Scared the hell out of me because I trusted him and I cared about him, and for him to act that way towards me, who'd been,
You've been a good friend.
absolutely for 8 years, and then,
What happened next?
And I sat down because, I said, please don't do that. And so then from, the same side, he didn't have the rifle anymore. He had a gun to my face, a pistol of some sort. I wouldn't look at it. I couldn't, I was afraid to touch it. I was afraid it would go off. I wasn't sure if it was loaded. And he had it here. He put it all over me, yelling things that were like just scared me. Reminded me of my stepfather that was so mean to me. I mean, it just scared the hell out of me.
In your last answer, you said that he had a pistol and he pointed it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I thought you pointed at your cheek and your forehead.
Yes.
And near your nose.
Yes. It's all over. And as he was talking and screaming, not being him, he was just like taken over by something. I don't know what, but he wasn't Philip.
Did he repeatedly touch your face?
Yes.
With the gun?
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, what was he yelling at you as he's pointing the gun and touching your face with the pistol?
It was like hard to make out. It was his high-pitched screaming voice at me, and the F word was in it everywhere, and bitch was in there everywhere. And why were you smoking in the bathroom? I don't want you smoking in the bath. You let the pizza man in. I mean, it was like those things I had written down in my journal because I did write down certain things that happened, and I did write that. He was mad at me because of that. And I go, Phil, just let me go home. Don't hurt me. I said, please put the gun down. And he goes, no. And,
So as you told us, he's pointing the gun at you, touching your face, and you're saying, please let me go.
Please let me go, Philip. Why are you doing this to me? And I couldn't even hear him anymore. It was only like, what am I going to do? He's going to kill me.
At some point, while he's pointing the gun at you and screaming at you, did he make a demand for you to go somewhere else in the home?
Yes.
What did he say?
Okay. He said, I don't know how he said it, but he wanted me to go upstairs. He wanted me to go upstairs, okay, to his bedroom.
All right.
And so I did whatever he said. He had the gun. I was in front of him, and he was walking behind me, and we went up a stairway to his bedroom.
And did you spend the night there?
Yes, I did.
Did you want to be there?
No.
You wanted to go home. Did he try to become intimately involved
Yes,
with
he
you?
did. He did. I cared about him. He didn't have to do that. He could have been romantic but he did it by gunpoint. He wanted to rape me. I mean, it was totally, I don't know why he was doing this.
Did you spend the night there in his bed?
Yeah, I did.
Do you know whether or not there was a gun nearby that evening?
I didn't see him put it away anywhere, and he stayed right there. So I imagine he had it right there. I wasn't moving, except for he told.
Please go ahead.
Well, he had me take off some of my clothes, and he tried to have intercourse with me, and he wasn't screaming then, but it was just icky because it wasn't him. And I'd never had a sexual relationship with him. So.
And did you that night?
Well, he tried, and it was.
So after that evening, that night in his bedroom, at some point, the sun came up the next morning, and what happened?
I could see the door open to the bathroom. He was like singing in the shower. He had a radio in the shower, as I remember. And it was on, it was going, and he was in the shower, like nothing happened.
And that's how you awoke that morning with him, Phil Spector, in the shower singing.
Yes.
And you were expecting.
That's in my mind. I could just really remember that part. It's like, wow, this is weird. Did I just dream that?
But you didn't dream it, did you?
No, I did not dream it.
So after you woke up and saw him in the shower, did you have any conversation about what had happened the night before with the gun and the rifle? And
I didn't want to bring it up. I was still there, and the guns were still there, and I just wanted to go home.
And were you eventually able to go home?
Yes.
When, that morning or later on?
Yes.
So from the time you woke up, saw him in the shower until you left in your own car, was there any discussion about this with Phil Spector? Is that no?
That's a no.
Okay.
He never talked about it, never ever said he was sorry.
Did you, please go on.
No.
In the next few days, week or two, did you actually talk with him or hear messages from him?
Yes. It was like a week or two. It wasn't not like the next day or anything, but.
And during any of those conversations or in any of those messages, was there any reference by the defendant to what had happened to you?
No, never.
Was that upsetting to you?
It was, because, I really did care about him, and I didn't, if we were going to make love, I didn't want it to be like that. That was like, he said he was going to blow my brains out. By gunpoint, that was not romantic to me.
And did he say that he's going to blow your brains out when you're in the bedroom? Or down in downstairs or where?
No, he said that when we were downstairs.
And was that when he had the rifle or the handgun?
That was after he put the rifle wherever it went. I don't know, but the handgun is when he said.
That he'd blow your brains out?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did he say that just once or a number of times?
Oh, over and over.
Over and over again?
Yes.
Now, after you heard these messages and there's no reference to it, at some point, did you try to rationalize this in your mind?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Did you ever see him again?
I did. I did see him again. Alan Klein, his publisher, his music publisher, who, when I was in New York with Philip, I got to know on his son, Jody. They were coming out to Los Angeles from New York. And they wanted to know if I wanted to come. I forget where we went, somewhere. And I wanted to see them. I liked them a lot. And I thought, and about a couple months had passed since this incident.
The one with the rifle and the gun?
Yes.
Okay.
I forget how many, but a few months. And so I wanted to see them, and yes, Philip was going to be there, but it was good. I still cared about him though. You know, it's like, I thought he had a problem, and it was a drinking problem, and that I thought that if he didn't drink, he wouldn't have acted that way towards me, ever.
At least that's how you were.
That's how I felt, yeah. So I forgave him, I did.
When you forgave him, did you express that to him or just?
No, I didn't want to talk about it to him.
But in your own thinking about what had happened to you, that's how you came to your conclusions. Is that yes?
Yes.
So after this period of time passed, did you go up to his Pasadena house again?
Yes.
And was this a bowling party or what kind of party?
No,
Boxing or what?
I don't think they ever came to the bowling party. We went somewhere. Oh, maybe Nancy Berry's house or something. She was a friend of Phil's, songwriter friend, and I don't quite recall. But Alan and Jody Klein, father and son, were at Philip's, and I was there, and Philip was taking movies of us or something with his movie camera. And anyway, we were there for a little while. It was time for everybody to leave. I wanted to leave. They wanted to leave. They were staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel at the time. And so they got in their car to leave. I went to go leave, and Philip, from behind me, says, "We're not going anywhere. I can't stand the sound of your voice." He's screaming that at me. And I said, "I have an Uzi here and I am going to kill you." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Phil Spector said he had an Uzi with him?
Uzi.
And he was going to kill
And
him?
he had it in his hand.
You saw a gun?
I saw that. I saw that gun.
Well, what did it look like?
Well, I drew a picture actually of it.
Well, try to describe it.
It kind of had like a long thing that came down. It was not like a regular pistol.
Had long, maybe like a
Yeah.
clip?
Uh-huh. I can't, but I did draw a picture of it. But anyway, and so I said, "Philip, stop it. I'm just going to go home. Don't do this to me again. Please. You're drinking too much. Just go back in the house." No. And so I ran to my car. He's running after me.
Did he have the Uzi as he's running after
He
you?
has the Uzi as he's running after me. And I'm trying to fumble for my keys, or I don't remember if they're on the floor or if I think maybe I probably put them, because I put them right in the ignition. I started up, the windows were rolled up because it was kind of cool. And he puts the Uzi and he bangs it on my window just like that. It's banging on my window. I thought he was going to break the window. And I gunned it, and it was a 4-speed. And I'm like, "Please, God, please. So let me out of here." And so then he did it. I can see him pointing pointing at me like this in my rearview mirror, and I'm ducking and trying to drive, and I know the gate is open because they had left. And I just went flying out of there, hoping I wasn't going to hit a tree because I was ducking. I thought he was going to go through my back window with a gun.
You were ducking because he was standing behind you,
Yes, he was running after me with the Uzi.
holding it in one hand or both hands?
One hand. Well, I don't remember. I know he was slapping it with one hand against the window.
Before you left.
Yeah. And
And then he was at you as you drove out the.
I could clearly see him running after me with the gun.
While he was slamming the side of the Uzi against your window as you're trying to leave his house, was he yelling anything at you?
Yes, but I didn't want to, I had my windows rolled up. I didn't want to hear him anymore. I was like, I just wanted to get out of there. He was saying nonsensical things, you know.
How about when
It was like he,
you got past him and he was pointing the Uzi at the back of your car? Could you hear if he was yelling anything at you?
he was yelling. He was yelling the whole time. He was just yelling. He wouldn't stop yelling. And the other people had left.
And you were able to escape the residence?
Yes.
And went home. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Obviously another upsetting situation.
Oh, it's like, I thought, that's it. I can't. I mean, he's not going to listen to me like, you need help, Philip. I knew he had too much of pride, and I don't think he even knew what he was
Sustain the objection, Mrs. Staff.
doing.
Sorry. You may continue to ask questions. The last thing that came in is stricken. The jury is admonished to disregard it.
Thank you. Let me ask you another question. I think in your earlier answer, you said at some point you'd had it. Is that right? You said yes.
You got the answer out loud.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Did you ever see him again after that?
You know, I don't think I did. I think that was it. And I know that he called me a few times. I mean, you know, and I wanted to talk to him, but it's like, I didn't want to talk to him about what I really wanted to talk to him about. Because I thought he'd get angry about it and say, what are you talking about? I didn't do that. You know, he could.
Sustain.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Did he continue to contact you over a period of time or try to?
Okay, I live in Santa Monica on the beach there, and I got married that following March in 1990. And I moved to Florida. And he sent me a birthday card in 1990. After all this happened, in February, that's when my birthday is, and he remembered my birthday. And he sent me a lovely card. And he said he'd send me roses. I mean, and I have wonderful cards he would send me throughout, you know. He was a very thoughtful man, except for those moments.
Okay. Let me go back and ask you just one or two more questions about these incidents. We've talked about 3 different incidents. In any of those incidents, did there ever come a time when the defendant disappeared in the house?
Yeah, well, when he went to go get the gun, the rifle, or you know, whenever, because I didn't see him, he would disappear. He would run off and leave me alone there, like, Philip, where are you? And you know, I would be waiting, going goodbye, because I need him to unlock the door or unlock the gate or whatever, you know. And I forgot the question. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think you answered
So
it.
rattled.
Could I just have a moment?
You may. We're going to take a break in just a short time, okay?
This might be a great time for a break. I think.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, keeping in mind the admonition, we'll be in recess for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. We'll call you as soon as we need you. You may step down for the time being. Thank you.
Now,
She's got a weird kind of affect. Like, she doesn't know whether to be reminiscent about their relationship or upset. I don't know what to make of this woman. She's different. Hey, Terry. TV's website. I don't know why I'm having trouble getting the videos to load. It's always right when it switches to the next video, it doesn't want to load. See? Error code.
We're back on the record with the exception of the jurors and the alternates. Are we ready to proceed?
A couple things, Your Honor. We have had the opportunity to listen to this now, and it is about 10 or 15 minutes. And I think that having listened to it, it's the defense position that we
That's supposed to be her testimony in the presence of the jurors. What happened? Oh, darn it. I try to have these all loaded up and ready to go, and then StreamYard doesn't like it, so then I have to close them all.
have had the opportunity. 15 minutes, and I think that
Oh, wait. This is okay. My bad. This is outside the presence of the jury because there was some, and there we go with the stupid error message again. There were some voicemails or something that defense counsel said they hadn't heard yet that they were going to listen to on the break. So I guess they listened to it, and now they're going to talk about it with the judge, and then they're going to come back with the second part of this woman's testimony. I guess her cross-exam. So it's going to be after this part that's outside the presence of the jury. Dang it. Why? I'm going to write a strongly worded letter to Court TV about this stupid error message I keep getting. Stop it! Ugh.
We're back on the record with the exception of the jurors and the alternates. Are we ready to proceed?
A couple things, Your Honor. We have had to listen to this now, and it is about 10 or 15, so it's the position we would like to play it. I don't know if with this machine, it'll play loud enough for the jury.
Let's put it up on the,
So I've got, yeah, I was going to ask, can we just stick it over on the floor? Okay, that's fine. Secondly, as I understand it, there was a statement made, as I was listening during the direct examination, something to the effect that she said she felt that she thought Phil was going to rape her. We want to move to strike that, and we ask the court if it entertains the motion to strike, to do it in front of the jury, because it was purely speculative on her part. And it was stated inconclusive.
BS. If someone has a gun on you and wants you to take your clothes off and get in bed with them and then tries to have sex with you, that is rape. I'm sorry. And I know I'm saying all the words that YouTube hates. My bad. But that is grape, okay? That is grape.
Language. So there was no foundation for it, and we'd ask that it be
No
stricken.
foundation.
the motion to strike is denied based upon the rest of her testimony.
No
That's
foundation. BS foundation. There is all kinds of foundation.
exactly what she did testify to. So you can cross-examine her on it, but that's what I understood her testimony to be, that he tried to do exactly that. If you want to get to the details, you may do so. The motion to strike is denied. All right, let's bring up the jurors and the alternates. Yes.
I think we need to bring up the tape. If the tape is going to be played, it needs a transcript. One of the things that's...
Well, we can supply the transcripts. I understand that. But for the purpose of cross-examination, obviously there are no transcripts available at the present time.
Correct.
We can do that at a later time.
Okay.
That's correct pursuant to court rule.
That's
But
fine.
We just have a hand copy.
We just had it, right?
I understand you've had no opportunity.
Right.
That's fine.
How do I play this?
We'll
We'll work out the details.
let me know.
When you're ready to do it, you let us know.
You just tell me you're ready, and I'll take it.
All right, let's bring in the witness. Let's bring in the jurors.
Your Honor, I'm so big with court if I take her.
Yes, certainly. All right, thank you. The jurors, the alternates, and the witness have now returned, and thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. The attorneys were going over some evidence, and you may proceed. You wish to reopen?
Yes, just a couple more.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. August, just a couple more questions. You told us about 3 incidents, 2 with guns, right? Did you, with either of the gun incidents, ever call the police, report that to the police in any way?
Never.
Was there a reason why?
I wanted to protect him, first of all, because I thought it was an isolated incident. I just thought that he needed help, and he,
The objection is overruled. She's explaining why she did not take certain action. You may proceed.
and not that I would be the one to do it. He wouldn't listen to me, but I couldn't call the police on him. And I worked at NBC, and I worked at that time, and I just, and now I feel guilty. I don't know. I should maybe have done it. Maybe it would have helped him to stop.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this evidence or this testimony is being received to explain why the witness acted in a certain way. You'll receive it only for that purpose. You may proceed.
And
Maybe it would have helped Lana Clarkson. But I get it. Music industry, everybody's connected to everybody else, right? So if you speak out against somebody, you get blackballed.
is that basically why you didn't call the police, the authorities?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
May it please the court, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Ogden?
Yes. Hi.
I'm Bruce Cutler. I represent Philip Spector.
Yes.
And we've never spoken before, have we?
No, sir.
And have we ever discussed this case before?
No.
Ms. Ogden, today in court, you testified about certain things that occurred between you and Philip.
Yes.
Yes? Is it a fair statement, Ms. Ogden, that according to your testimony, the last time you had any contact with Philip would have been 1989? Is that the idea? Is that so?
Mhm.
You have to answer out loud.
Yes,
Thank you.
And is it also a fact that you heard or read about the incident in which Mr. Spector is charged in this case for an incident that occurred February 3 of 03?
I did hear about it, yes.
And as a result of hearing about it, did you make a phone call to Philip?
Yes, I did.
Did he ever return that phone call?
No,
Miss Ogden, did you know the decedent in this case, a Miss Clarkson?
no, I did not.
Had you ever met her?
Never,
Had you ever spent any time with her?
never,
Do you know what her lifestyle was like?
no,
Do you know how long Philip knew her, if at all?
no.
What's, Miss Ogden, with you and Philip, if I understood the testimony, there was a lengthy relationship or friendship
Yes.
that spanned several years.
Yes,
In
yes,
fact, if we go back to 1982, that's 25 years ago, yes?
yes.
And did you know Philip even before that? A
No.
year or so before 1982?
No.
So you geared from 1982. From 1982 to 1987 is 5 years. Did you begin what's described as a casual dating relationship with him?
We were friends for.
Did you ever use the term? Yeah,
Yeah, she hadn't finished.
Oh, sure. You could.
You may finish it.
We were friends, and he would send me beautiful long-stemmed roses and beautiful cards, and it was like they were sweet, wonderful touches, but it was never really culminate in a real romantic relationship as I would normally have, with someone. I cared about him a lot. And I thought he cared about me too. But, he didn't ask me to marry him or it wasn't that way. It was more of over the years, we would, go out here, go out there, but it was never, a lengthy sexual relationship or anything like that.
Was it an intimate relationship?
No, I don't know what you mean by intimate.
Did you indicate to any of the investigators in the prosecutor's office that from 1982 to 1987, you and Philip enjoyed a casual dating relationship? Did you use that phrase, casual dating relationship?
I don't recall using that, but
Does it sound familiar?
I could have said that.
What is a casual dating relationship to you? Does that speak to intimacy or just friendship? If you can answer that.
I think it could mean a kiss. It could mean having dinner and being friends, and him sending me lovely cards and lovely roses and no sex.
Is it your testimony that you had no sexual relationship with Mr. Spector? Is that the idea?
That's right.
Okay, that's what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
So casual dating.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So casual dating relationship would not necessarily include sexual intimacy in your mind. Is that so?
That's so.
Okay. And over the years, as you said, you cared about Philip. Yes?
Yes, I did.
In fact, you said he never asked me to marry him. Was that something that you entertained from 82 to 87? Was it something you entertained?
Never.
Okay.
No.
Was not.
No,
But no, just that's okay.
No.
But you indicated before he had never asked me to marry him. Didn't you indicate that before?
I just indicated that he never did. No, he never did.
That's all right. Did you speak to Philip on the telephone from time to time?
Yes,
And he sent you cards and things of that sort?
yes,
And did you enjoy his company?
I did.
And did you find him to be generous, caring, funny, intelligent, and sweet? Did you describe him that way?
Yes, I would. And
Did you know,
She had not finished her answer. You may go ahead and finish.
none of these are...
They're not always yes or no.
No, but
Not necessarily. She may finish her answer and explain in her own way. You may go ahead.
I he was all those things to me. I mean, that's why I stuck around as his friend. And I did protect him when those things happened because I was his friend. I'm a loyal friend. And I didn't want him to be hurt because I thought that he just needed help, but he didn't mean to do that.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Ms. Ogden,
Yes.
you never testified in the grand jury in this matter, is that true?
No.
Your first contact with the prosecutor's office, is it correct, was in October of '04? Is that about, does that ring a bell
I think
with
so.
you?
November or October.
Of '04?
Yes.
And you said some people from the organized crime division of the prosecutor's office came to see you at
Yes.
7:30 in the morning?
Yes.
In the state of Utah?
Yes, sir.
Had they called you first?
No, sir.
Did you speak with them willingly?
I thought something was wrong with one of my children, and I opened the door after they told me it was LA.
Yes. Did you speak to them?
And
And you spoke to them? Okay.
they just woke me up,
Ms. Ogden, did you speak to them?
and I did speak with them.
Ms. Ogden, did you get the impression they thought Philip was guilty in this case?
Objection, it's called for speculation.
Sustained.
it's her statement.
It's also irrelevant, sustained.
I did.
No, there's no question pending. Thank you.
I love this judge.
Ms. Ogden, you also indicated to us that you were involved in the music business for many years.
Mainly comedy and some music later on, yes.
And did you become familiar with Philip's work through your friendship with Philip?
Yes, I did.
And you're aware, are you not, of the songs he has written and the records he's produced?
I'll allow that question, just a general question. You may answer. Are you familiar with his music?
Would you repeat?
Are you familiar with the songs he has written and the records he has produced?
He familiarized me with his records.
Do you recall when they were popular records, when they came out?
The objection is sustained.
Did you indicate on direct examination of Ms. Ogden that Philip treated you as a gentleman?
Yes.
And did you also indicate he sent you in the mail and let you have interesting and had withdrawn? Did you indicate that he had interesting things in his home and he's an interesting man? Would that be a fair statement from what you said on direct examination?
Yes.
The first incident in which, by the way, Ms. Ogden, the first incident with Mr.
Just gonna ask her all the same questions that she answered. He's just asking her to repeat everything she said on direct. I don't understand the strategy of that. What the heck?
Dixon was an incident back in 1982. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be 25. And that first incident, you never mentioned anything about a gun, yes?
No.
Okay. And that first incident, you said, occurred for about 30 minutes, and Philip was jovial and friendly, and then you went home, correct?
At his home?
Yes. You
Well-
said that
Objection,
I think she's trying to place it. Had you finished your answer or not?
No, I have not.
All right, then go ahead. and finish it.
Until he locked me in, and then he wasn't so jovial.
Did you say on direct examination that the first time that you were in the home, or use the term prevented from going home, occurred for some 30 minutes? Just 30 minutes? And then the door was open? and then you went home.
Yes,
The
sir.
first incident.
Yes, yes.
And did you describe Philip's demeanor then as jovial?
Well, not when he was locking the door, because I was asking him to please unlock it. I needed to go home, and I started laughing, thinking I get him to laugh, and it was a joke. I wanted it just to be funny. I didn't want him to be serious of locking me in.
But you did leave after 30 minutes.
But it took me
And you went home.
pleading.
Objection, Chief.
Well, first of all, she's answering the question. You may go ahead and answer the question.
And yes, he did.
Yes, he did what? I'm sorry.
He let me go home after a while, and he left the room and just let me sit there.
This 1982 incident?
Yes,
So you went home.
yes,
Okay. And then you indicated on direct examination, he sent you cards, right?
yes.
And
He sent me flowers right after
Flowers.
that.
and you described him after that incident as sweet, kind, and considerate, yes?
Yes.
Is it a fact that in 1987, your relationship with Philip changed?
Well, yes, in some respects, yes.
Is it true that in 1987 you began, or is it so that 1997 you began working as an assistant for Philip, if you will?
I worked out of my home as a part-time assistant for
And
him.
you were being paid for that?
Yes,
And was it 1987 that you say the relationship began to change a little bit?
yes, 'cause
That's all. You said that after knowing you for 5 years, you enjoyed being around Philip and you enjoyed working for him, yes?
yes,
And you said that he trusted you a great deal
I believe he did.
and you took pride in that, yes? Yes?
Yes.
Did you look at Philip as a man of accomplishment?
Oh, very
Yes
much.
or no?
Very, yes,
Did you look at Philip as a man who was artistically inclined?
absolutely.
And did you look at Philip as a man who was friendly with people of that ilk?
Yes,
And when you mentioned actors or comedians and people like that, these were people that were friendly with him. Richard Pryor, his wife, people of that sort. Dennis Hopper, you mentioned. Didn't you?
yes, yes.
Miss Ogden, the first incident in which you mentioned something about it was an incident that occurred in Pasadena, yes?
Yes,
And that was around 1988, yes?
yes.
And after that incident with the gun where you said you spent the night,
No, I'm sorry, that was 89, excuse me. 89 is when that happened, March of 89.
could it have been March of 88 that you claimed it had
No.
happened? I'm sorry?
March of 89.
Miss Ogden, you recall speaking to the investigator Brian Bennett, yes?
Yes,
May I show you a report? I'll come up to you with the court's permission. Cover page 2.
I gotta find my
All right, you may
glasses.
approach.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm looking for my glasses.
That's all right. I know this is not an easy situation for you.
Anybody have any glasses? Wait, I have them. Here they are.
Let me try it this way.
I got it.
You do?
I do.
Looking at the top of page 2, the first paragraph, could you read that to yourself, please, Miss Ogden?
Just read it to yourself.
Yes, just to
In
yourself.
88, okay. The date's just wrong. It all happened in 1989 because I have a journal. And it's 1989, but
Ma'am, if, you see, if you're talking to Mr. Cutler,
I'm
the
sorry.
reporter had an obligation to take it down, and there's no question pending right now. Would it be fair to say you read something that caused you to believe that what's written is incorrect?
yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you're, excuse my back, Your Honor, what you're indicating is that what I showed you did not refresh your recollection. That the first incident you described to the authorities did not refresh.
The objection is sustained as to the form of the question.
It's your testimony the incident occurred in 1989, notwithstanding what I showed you in the report?
1989.
Notwithstanding what I showed you in the report? Yes?
I don't understand what you
Meaning not in spite of what I
Excuse me,
showed
In
you.
spite of that.
There we go. All right.
And is it your testimony that you told Investigator Brian Bennett it was 1989? Yes? To the best of your memory.
Okay.
It's to the best of your
7:30 in the
recollection.
morning,
To the best of your recollection.
I thought
To the
I
best
said
of your-
89.
All right, excuse me.
Best of my recollection.
The best of your recollection is that you told the
It could have, I
investigator
could have said,
1989? Thank you. Is that a yes?
yes.
Could have said 1988 as well?
I may have said
That's
that.
not. Okay. And do you know whether Mr. Bennett memorialized on a tape the interview he had with you? Whether he taped the interview?
No, I don't believe he did. I mean, he didn't say he did.
But you don't know whether he did or
I
not.
don't know.
And how long did the interview last?
They were probably maybe an hour and a half.
And was there an interview to follow that interview?
No,
This was the interview October 11 of '04.
yes.
Did you indicate during that interview that during the time you knew Mr. Spector, there was so much to love about him? Did you tell that to Mr. Bennett?
I possibly could have.
Was there?
Sure.
Is there?
Absolutely.
And could you tell us what that is?
His humor and when he was his real self. I mean, he was very lovable,
Kind,
kind,
considerate,
and
creative.
very, and he'd help
Loyal.
other people.
I'm sorry?
He would help other people. I mean,
For example?
okay, Ike Turner, for instance.
Yes.
Ike needed money to get his clothes out of the cleaners to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And Philip had him come to my house, and I wrote a check for Ike so he could go get his clothes out to go to the hall. And then he paid his way. And when he got into trouble, serious trouble, shortly thereafter, he tried to get him from going to prison. He got him money, and
Ms. Phillip?
he and his wife Jeanette, that's Ike was his wife then. And we met with him a few times, and he was trying to help him. You know, he was very generous.
Phillip?
Philip.
Did you indicate to Mr. Bennett during the hour and a half interview you had October of '04 that you found Philip to be charming, funny, and harmless?
I don't recall, but
May I show you?
well, I believe you if it's down there, but I don't recall it, saying it at 7:30 in the morning when I'm just, being surprised by two detectives coming in and
Were you surprised?
out of the blue.
Did you, had they called you before they knocked on the door
No.
to say, Miss Ogden, we're here to see you from the great state of California, and we'd like to talk to you about Philip Spector?
no, sir.
They just showed up,
Yes, sir.
but you spoke with them.
I did.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Ogden, that you met Philip through Richard Pryor's wife?
No,
Did you say that?
no, I did not.
Did you say that to the detectives when they interviewed you on October 11 of '04? May I approach you?
There's no need to at this point.
What happened is,
No, do you recall saying?
no, I don't recall
to the
saying that.
detectives that you met Philip in 1992, or the
No.
wife of Richard Pryor?
No, didn't say
But you
that.
know Richard Pryor and Philip were friends, yes?
Well,
Is that so?
I knew that Philip liked Richard Pryor. I didn't know how friendly they were. And Debbie did not know Philip.
But did Debbie introduce you to Philip in
No.
1982? Did you tell the detectives that she did?
No,
Did Debbie tell you about Philip as a famous music producer and some other adjectives to describe how he was?
No.
Did Debbie tell you that Philip was a mad, crazy, famous music producer and that you should meet him? Mrs. Pryor, did she tell you that?
did Debbie
Just yes
say
or
that
no?
to me?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
Do you recall saying that to the detectives in October of 04?
I do not, no.
So first incident, Ms. Ogden, you told us on direct examination that a rifle was produced and then later a handgun, very first incident?
Second,
I'm sorry, what's the
Jackson misstates the evidence, it was the second incident.
sustain?
You indicated that it was a rifle and a handgun, yes?
Yes,
Do you recall speaking to, and whether or not you mentioned anything about a rifle?
I don't recall.
May I show you a paragraph from page 2 and see if it refreshes your recollection? That there was no mention of a rifle in the first incident?
I believe you.
The objection is sustained. The jury is admonished to disregard. The question is suspended.
Jackson, no foundation, she has to indicate she needs her memory refreshed, and that would help her.
At this point, he's correct. The objection is sustained, but however, he may attempt to lay the proper foundation.
Do you recall telling Brian Bennett, who showed up at 7:30 in the morning, about this incident that occurred in Pasadena where you said a gun or 2 guns were produced? Do you recall talking about it?
I did, yes, I did.
Do you recall whether or not you told him there was a small gun and there was no mention of a rifle? Do you recall that at all?
I don't.
Do you recall whether or not it's a fact that you never mentioned to Mr. Bennett?
Jackson, that's improper.
The form of the question is improper. The objection is suspended.
Is it a fact that at no time were guns placed on all different sides and positions of your face?
At no time?
Yes, at no time.
They were.
Did you tell Mr. Bennett that guns were placed all over different parts of
Not
your
on this
face?
side. I said on this side.
Did you tell that to Mr. Bennett?
Yes, I did.
Just, folks, first of all, I'm going to say this right now. I understand the witness who is not familiar with testifying doesn't know. If 2 voices are talking, certainly the attorneys have to recognize that someone has to stop because the reporter cannot take it down. Now, if you want me to ride close herd, I will. I'm trying to give everybody latitude. Just stop when you hear 2 voices. It's real simple. Even if it's not your fault, stop because the reporter can't do her job. Now, please rephrase your question.
Well, I was going to ask the court if you could, for the record, indicate.
Yes, she indicated the right side of her face is where she was indicating. All right, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. Ms. Ogden, these incidents in which you described to us on direct examination, you told Mr. Dixon why you didn't report them to the police. Did you tell other people about them?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell somebody by the name of Paul Schaefer about
I
them?
sure did.
Do you know whether Paul Schaefer spoke to the authorities from the district attorney's office?
That calls for speculation.
Well, it might call for hearsay, it might call for speculation, but the objection is sustained.
Have you spoken to Paul Schaefer about coming to California to testify at this trial in the recent past? Have you spoken with him?
Objection relevancy.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with him about these incidents in which you said Philip produced a gun
Yes.
recently? Within the last year?
No.
Ms. Ogden, the other matter where you mentioned a man by the name of Alan Klein and his wife, was there a party that was arranged at Philip's home for Mr. and Mrs. Klein, you, and others? A dinner party?
He didn't have a wife. He had a girlfriend, and she wasn't there. His son was there, Jody.
Did you indicate to Brian Bennett during the interview at 7:30 in the morning that Mr. Klein's wife, you and Philip and other guests attended this function at Philip's home? The Klein function, dinner party. Did you say to them,
I may.
Alan Klein, Klein's wife, Philip, you, and other guests?
Well, I didn't say his wife because I know Iris Keitel is his girlfriend and she's not his wife. So I wouldn't say that.
Did not say it, even at 7:30 in the morning.
No.
Ms. Ogden, you indicated to us on direct examination about testimony about an Uzi, U-Z-I. Yes?
Yes.
Are you familiar with guns?
No.
Do you know whether in fact there was any Uzi involved in that case or in that incident, I should say?
Philip told me it was.
And that's the diagram that you drew?
I don't know. I drew a gun that looked like what I saw, but he told me it was an Uzi. I wouldn't have known what it was.
And did he at any time, fire the gun in your presence?
No.
In any incident, did he at any time fire the gun in your presence?
No.
At any time, did he ask you to fool with the gun in his presence?
No.
You yourself? Did you at any time provocatively play with a gun in his presence?
No.
Obviously not, correct? Correct?
Correct.
And it would be a fair statement that "15 years after this second incident, 15 years later, you heard about the incident that brings us to court, yes? 15 years later, from 88 to 2003, yes?
89.
89 to 2003, 88 or 89
Yes.
to 2003, 14 or 15 years.
Yes.
And there's no question, Ms. Ogden, that during the point of your relationship, you knew Philip for many years.
Uh-huh.
This was a stranger.
I did.
Yes. So there was a bond there between you and Philip, yes?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
A bond of love between you and him. Yes?
Yes.
You don't know, Miss Ogden, the circumstances about the death of the decedent in Philip's home, do you?
No,
You don't know anything about the
Objection,
evidence in this?
relevancy calls for speculation, and it's argumentative.
It's also been asked and answered, and the objection is sustained on those grounds.
You don't know the other evidence in this case?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that. You may answer.
the part,
Do you know anything about the evidence in this case?
not really.
All right.
You don't know about any of the forensics or science evidence we have in this
Objection, Your
case?
Honor.
It's becoming irrelevant. Sustained.
Would it be a fair and accurate statement, Ms. Ogden, that during the time you knew Philip, you would call one another
Yes,
and chat
yes,
in a loving, caring, and considerate way?
right.
Today, did you bring a tape with you
Uh-huh,
of some conversations you had with Philip?
Is that a yes?
yes,
Is that a yes?
it is.
Had you ever been asked by the prosecutors to bring a tape or anything like that, that you had of voices between you and Philip?
No,
Did you do it today?
uh-huh,
Did you hear it recently before today?
I did.
And did you glean and gather from the conversations, at least the bulk of them, that your relationship was a loving, caring, considerate, and good one?
Yes,
Would you agree with me that the conversation that we received today on the cassette, those conversations, did they occur around 1988? Do you know when they occurred? 89?
because Jody Klein is on there saying that, where's Philip, on my machine. They're just old, I keep everything in my pack rat, and
So they would have occurred after.
She hadn't finished her answer. You may finish. You said you kept everything. You're a pack rat.
yeah, and old scripts and old tapes and anyway, I didn't even know what was on these tapes, and I listened to them. This is like a year ago, maybe. I didn't know I had them, and but they were just him calling me, being funny, and it wasn't anything bad on them.
Was there also a conversation between you and Philip on the tape?
Yes.
A loving conversation,
Uh-huh.
a sweet conversation,
Is
a
that a
caring
Yes.
conversation? That was not filled with any rancor, animosity, or enmity between you and him.
No.
And when you were married in 1990, withdrawn, was it 1990 that you?
March, yeah, April, excuse me, April of 1990.
And then moved away from California? And between 1990 and 2003,
No,
did you email Philip a card?
that I recall.
But you did call him
They didn't
after
have
you,
email.
I'm sorry?
Let him finish his question.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead and finish your question.
I didn't hear.
No, she interrupted your question. Go ahead.
But in '03, shortly after the incident that brings us to court, you did call Philip.
I did.
Did you ask the authorities from the prosecutor's office at any time how it was they obtained your name?
I did.
Did they answer you?
They wouldn't tell me.
Did they indicate to you you'd be a witness during the trial in this case?
Objection, Vegas and contact.
At what time are you
Well-
speaking of?
The contact you had was October 11 of '04, yes?
Yes.
And that was well over a year and a half after the incident, yes?
Yes.
And did you also have a subsequent contact with the authorities with regard to this case?
Did you speak to them after that first time in October?
Yes.
And was that in December of '04?
I was working on the Grammys and I was here in town.
Was that December 6th of '04?
January or February. February is when the Grammys usually are, and it would have been about that time.
May I show you the first page of this report and see if it refreshes your recollection?
Jackson, no foundation. She needs her.
Yes. If you were to be shown a date of the statement, I assume this is a statement of the
Yes.
witness, would that in any way help you remember when the second conversation took place?
Yes.
All right, you may approach.
Yes. So I can just read to yourself the, this first paragraph.
Okay. May I ask a question?
Yes, if you may.
Was this in person or was this over the phone?
Is there any, in reading that statement, does that help you refresh, if it doesn't, just let us know. Does it help you refresh your recollection as to when the statement might have been given? Or when you spoke to the authorities?
This is when I spoke to,
May I do this?
Just 1 second, I just want to see.
Paul Schaefer.
Just read this to yourself, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, then Mr. Cutler probably will. When you're done, let me know.
Okay.
Just
It's
Have you read the statement that was given to you?
Just this paragraph would be.
Oh, just only
Yeah,
this.
because that'll give you the
Okay,
date.
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't want you to
Oh,
do too much work on that, on that.
okay. That is when I met Paul Schaefer.
The only question is, once you read that statement, tell us whether it refreshes your recollection as to when you had the conversation. If it doesn't, tell us. If it does, let us know.
With the authorities from the DA's office.
I mean, all these things seem to be true, but I don't know, I was in Utah. So, you know what I mean? I'd have to be over the phone or in person, and I wasn't there here in December.
Ma'am, in reading that statement, does it in any way refresh your recollection as to when you had the conversation? No. All right, you may proceed.
Do you recall having a conversation with the authorities from the district attorney's office in or around December of '04 on the telephone?
No.
Do you recall having a conversation with the authorities about how you met and knew one Paul Schaefer? Just do you recall telling them?
I remember telling them about that, but I don't remember exactly when that was.
And December doesn't help
No,
you?
it doesn't, no.
Did you get to know the people in and around Southern California that were in the music and entertainment industry?
Jackson, vague and relevancy.
On the relevancy grounds, the objection is sustained.
Did you indicate that you had been involved in the Grammy Awards and involved in the entertainment field and the music industry? Did you tell us that on direct examination?
Yes, in many facets of the entertainment industry.
And you knew people who were involved in the business?
Yes.
Did you ever find it to be the case, Ms. Ogden, that people would from time to time talk about others who were in the business?
Jackson, relevancy.
Sustained.
Is it your testimony that you gave this afternoon on direct examination that in the incidents in which you testified, Philip didn't want you to leave his home?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yes.
Thank you.
He wanted you to stay.
Yes.
And you wanted to go.
Yes.
And that's what gave rise to these incidents about which you talked about?
Yes. I mean, I can't ascertain anything for sure, but I know that I wanted to go and then he didn't like that.
Would you say from 1982 to 1990, how many times you saw Philip? Approximately?
I don't know. I can't say.
Would it be more than 50? Less than 50?
Probably less than 50.
You mentioned your purse, your handbag.
Yes,
Did you mention that to Brian Bennett?
yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach for a moment?
To do what?
I want to ask Ms. Ogden, if I show you the report that was generated as a result of your interview, withdrawn. If I show you a report that was generated as a result of the interview, would that help you recall whether or not you mentioned a handbag at any time to the authorities from the district attorney's office?
I definitely mentioned a handbag.
It is your testimony that you mentioned it several times today, yes, a handbag.
Because that's the way, that's the truth.
Yes. But is it also true that at no time did you mention that to Brian Bennett, the investigator that showed up at your home at 7:30 in the morning, October 11 of '04?
I absolutely told him I had my handbag over my shoulder, ready to leave the house. After he was there, I didn't want to say anything about anything, but they told me that I should.
I'm sorry?
They told me that I should tell the truth for the family of the girl. And I didn't want to go into all this, but
Well, the handbag you never mentioned before.
this I,
Objection, that's improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Thank you.
The handbag appears nowhere in any
Same
reports.
objection,
The
Your Honor.
objection is sustained. There's a different way to do this, Mr. Cutler, not
Yes,
the
Your
way
Honor.
you're doing it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
To do what?
Want to show the report?
Well, only if it will help her. If you see a report, well, refresh your recollection as to whether or not, or does your recollection need refreshing as to whether you told Mr. Bennett when he first interviewed you about the handbag? You have,
may I ask a question?
yes?
Okay. He did not tape me.
Ma'am, that's okay.
So-
All we want to know is, do you have your own recollection of telling him that?
Absolutely, I did.
So is reading a report going to make any difference to you?
No.
All right. There's no reason to approach them.
Who mentioned the family of the decedent?
She absolutely sounded conflicted. Her whole I'm not saying that she's lying. Her whole testimony's kind of weird though. Because back at the beginning, I was like, is she a witness for the prosecution? Because she's acting like she had a great time at his house until he locked her in.
Somebody you said mentioned to tell the truth for the family of the
Well-
decedent?
It was the detectives just saying that I should do the right thing and tell about what I know, about what happened to me.
But what does that have to do with the decedent?
Objection, argumentative.
The objection is overruled. He's asking her to explain how that ties into the family of the decedent. Can you explain?
In their minds,
No, what, if they said something, just tell us what they said.
they said I should do the right thing and tell the truth about what happened to me with Phil.
What does that have to do with the family of the decedent?
Objection.
Because she is dead.
The objection is sustained. The answer is stricken. The jury is admonished to disregard that. Next question, please.
Did you mention that the prosecution investigators mentioned the family of the decedent?
Ask and answer.
Sustained.
I'm trying to ask.
She's explained it.
Okay. You don't know the circumstances surrounding the death of the decedent.
Answer. You wrote it on.
Yes,
The objection is sustained.
but yet what you're saying is you're told to do the right thing with regard to the family of the decedent.
Objection, argumentative.
The objection is overruled. That is something she says she was told.
Yes, you may answer.
That's what you were told?
Excuse me, Anna.
Why don't
I
you
was told
Go
to
ahead.
tell the truth.
I asked you about the family of the decedent.
I believe that's part and parcel. Have you finished your answer?
I was told, because there was a dead girl here and it was under similar circumstances and they heard
Move to
from
strike.
somewhere.
Move to strike, Your
The
Honor.
motion to strike?
You formed an opinion.
Excuse me.
You formed an
Excuse me, Mr. Cutler. First of all, you will not yell and point at a witness in my courtroom ever. That's number one. Number two, I was speaking, and I have told you before, not talk over me. Now you may proceed.
You formed an opinion, Ms. Ogden. You formed an opinion and a charge is guilty.
The objection is.
Just like the police, just like the media.
Mr. Cutler, I'm going to say this now for the last time. Otherwise, I will take other steps. Ladies and gentlemen, you will disregard what Mr. Cutler just said. The objection was being made. I am sustaining the objection. His remarks are irrelevant. They are stricken. You will disregard them. You may now ask your next question and lower your
Yes, I
tone.
will. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Didn't you form an opinion about this?
Same objection. This is argument.
No, it goes to bias,
Just
Your
a
Honor.
second. Just a second. The objection is overruled. The question is, did you
Just look
form
at
an
me, Ms. Ogden.
Excuse me. Based on what the police officer said, did that form an opinion in your mind? Did it change your testimony in any way? Did it have any effect on you?
No.
You may ask your next question.
But you formed an opinion with regard to what happened to Ms. Clarkson. Just yes, no, or I can't answer that yes or no. Did you form an opinion in your mind? Did you form an opinion in your mind?
At what time?
At any time?
When I heard that this
Yes.
girl had died?
Yes.
Same way?
Withdrawn, move to strike. It's not the question.
The motion to strike is denied. She is trying to clarify, explain, so the motion to strike is denied.
You were a stranger to Philip when guns were produced, according to you?
No, that question is appropriate. You may answer, were you a stranger to Mr. Spector when you testified that he pulled a gun on you?
Was I a stranger to him?
Just answer the question, yes.
A stranger to Mr. Spector when he pulled a gun? And on me?
According to you, when he displayed a gun, were you a stranger to him? Or had you known him for years?
Yes, I'd known him for years.
Do you know whether the decedent in this case knew him for years?
No, I didn't know.
Do you know how tall the decedent was?
No.
The objection is sustained.
But there's no question in your mind from what you said and from what the district attorney's investigators said. An opinion was formed in your mind that Philip was guilty in this case.
Objection at best.
That is the clearest bias you can have.
The objection is sustained. The mind of the investigator is irrelevant. Whether or not his comments had any effect on her, you may ask her that.
Whether what you read, what you heard from the media, did you read anything from the media or hear anything about this case from the media since February 3 of 20?
Yes.
From what you heard, did you form an opinion about this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Her opinion is irrelevant.
It's overruled to the extent it may affect her testimony or her recollection. That's perfectly acceptable. The objection's overruled. Does anything that you heard or said or was told to you in any way affect your recollection or your testimony today?
No.
Did you tell Brian Bennett in October that, in your opinion, Philip was responsible?
Could you ask him to lower his?
I am. Mr.
I'm
Cutler,
sorry, Your Honor.
you need to stop yelling.
I will my voice. Tell Investigator Bennett in October of 2004 that you believed, all the way out not in Utah.
Would you ask him?
Mr. Dixon, settle down. Mr. Cutler, it's one thing to be animated. All witnesses will be treated with respect.
Yes,
Yelling at them is.
I apologize, Your Honor. I apologize for this, Ogden. I get exercised. If something goes off in me, and I apologize to you. It's no reflection on you. You're a nice lady.
Well, even if the devil made you do it, just
Yes,
tone it
Your
down a bit, okay?
Ms. Ogden, did you indicate to the investigators, this goes to your mind, did you tell Brian Bennett that you believed that Philip was responsible for the death of Miss Clarkson based on your prior experiences? Did you say that, yes?
I don't recall saying that.
Is that your belief?
I
Is that
believe I
your
don't
present-
recall it.
Is that your present belief as you sit here today and testify in this case?
That I believe that he did it?
Yes.
I don't know.
Did you tell the investigators you believe he was responsible for it?
I said I wasn't sure, but I told him my circumstances and sounded pretty similar. I mean,
Philip put a
I
gun in
didn't
your
want him
mouth?
to be responsible for it, no.
You mean, Miss Ogden, Philip, when he was a total stranger, met you in a restaurant at 2:00 in the morning, took you home, and put a gun in your mouth and shot you?
The objection is sustained.
Is that the idea?
The objection was sustained, Mr. Cutler.
Didn't somebody make a remark to you that what happened to the decedent could have happened to you?
Yes, sir.
See?
The objection is overruled.
And the reason I mentioned this, the reason I mentioned Hollywood, the reason I mentioned this wonderful part of our country is that people talk about other people in the industry. Don't you find that to be the case?
Yes.
And people gain a certain reputation, sometimes well-deserved and sometimes not well-deserved, in the industry, yes?
The industry's irrelevant.
The industry is irrelevant. If you want to ask her a specific question pertaining to Mr. Spector, you may.
Didn't you tell Mr. Bennett back in October at 7:30 in the morning that somebody said to you what happened to the decedent, who you didn't know, circumstances under which you're not aware, could have easily happened to you? At the Grammy Awards, did
Yes.
somebody say that?
Paul Schaefer said that to me.
Well, but you don't know if Paul Schaefer disavowed that. You don't know if Paul Schaefer told them you're out of your mind. You don't know if Paul Schaefer.
Excuse me, the objection is sustained as to the question, which it wasn't a question, but it's sustained. It's stricken. The jury's admonished to disregard it. You may ask a question.
You don't know what Paul Schaefer told the investigators from the district attorney's office about you, do you?
No, I do not.
Has anybody ever accused anyone you know of something they didn't do in the industry?
The objection is sustained.
When I asked you about the UZ on cross-examination, you said something to me you didn't say on direct examination.
Objection.
Isn't it true?
It's an improper question. The objection is
That's just the
sustained.
foundation, Your Honor, if you just
The
let me.
the objection is sustained.
Did you say to me that Philip told you it was an Uzi? Did you say that to me, Bruce? Yes or no?
Objection.
I think he is asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that your testimony earlier?
To me, yes, on cross-examination.
That's what the question is. Is that what you stated earlier? Do you want it read? Would you like it again? Would you like the question? All right, you may ask the question again.
Did you say to me when I asked you about the Uzi and whether you recognize what an Uzi was, did you say to me, Philip told me it was?
Yes, I
Did
did.
you say that to Mr. Dixon, who sits here, when he's not objecting?
Objection. Well, I'm objecting it. The record speaks for itself.
Did you ever say?
Just a minute. Just sit down. Thank you. Thank you. The objection to his objecting or not objecting is sustained. Just ask a question directly.
Did you tell Mr. Dixon that Philip said it was an Uzi? Or did you say that for me?
I think what the question is, when Mr. Dixon was asking you questions on direct, did you ever mention that on direct, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Thank you. Next question.
Did you ever mention that Philip mentioned it was an Uzi to the investigator, Mr. Bennett?
I did.
And If it's not in his report, it's just another mistake.
Objection argumentative.
If I show you the
Sustained.
report,
The objection is sustained.
if I show you the report, would that refresh your recollection whether or not you in fact told him, Philip told you that or not?
Objection, no foundation for correction.
At this point, it's correct. If you were to see a report, would that in any way refresh your recollection as to whether you told Mr. Bennett that Mr. Spector told you it was an Uzi? Would that help you in any way?
Detective Bennett asked me to draw the gun. And I told Detective Bennett it was an Uzi and drew the gun. Sketched it out.
Would reading the report help you in any way? And you tell me yes or no.
Okay.
Here, just listen to Mr. Cutler, there's no need to
confusing me.
approach yet. I'm asking the witness a question. Your testimony that Mr. Spector, which came out on cross, told you or described it himself as an Uzi.
Yes.
Would reading a report from Mr. Bennett in any way help you with your recollection, or is your recollection firm?
My recollection is absolutely firm when it comes to that.
All right, thank you. Then you may not approach.
My query was whether or not, when you said to me, Philip said it, had you said that to the detectives back in October of '04? I asked you about the Uzi, and you said Philip said it was an Uzi. Don't you remember just a few hours?
Yes, Philip said it was an Uzi.
Did you say that to the detectives? when
Yes,
they
I did.
interviewed you? Did you say that to Mr. Dixon on direct examination?
Objection,
I believe she testified she doesn't recall that.
I don't.
All right, you may
I'm
proceed.
sorry.
Ma'am, it's-
Your Honor, may I read a statement
No,
to impeach?
you're not impeaching her. That's not the appropriate way to do it. If you want to call a witness at a later
Well,
time,
I'm glad to do that, Your Honor.
that's
but
fine, but that's the appropriate way to do it.
You can't confront the witness with a prior statement that's inconsistent?
She didn't write the statement. It's
I
not a
understand,
recorded
but
statement.
it may,
Mr. Cutler, as much as I would love to continue this dialogue, the objection is sustained. There's another way to do it. You may proceed.
these guns you mentioned, Miss Ogden,
Yes.
you know if they were loaded?
He told me they were.
Naturally. He told you it was an Uzi, right?
Right.
Because on direct examination, you said you didn't know they were loaded or not. And you went through your song and dance.
Objection,
On direct
Excuse me,
examination.
excuse
I don't
me.
know if they were loaded.
Mr. Cutler, first, I have told you too many times now, if you hear my voice, stop talking.
Yes.
Just stop talking.
Yes, sir.
The objection is sustained. The jury is admonished to disregard the comment song and dance, which is inappropriate, improper, and every time it's done, I'm going to tell the jury to disregard it. Now you may proceed.
Didn't you say on direct, volunteer to Mr. Dixon, that you don't know whether they were loaded or not? Didn't you say that? That's the question. Yes, no, or I don't know, please. Yes, no, or I don't know.
Philip told me they were.
No, I didn't ask you that.
But I did know
I
for
asked you
sure.
whether or not.
Excuse me, everybody stop talking. Ask the question again. If there's an
Did you
objection.
say on direct, I don't know whether the guns were loaded or not? Yes, no, or I don't know?
I don't know.
But adding Philip's name, Philip told me, is akin to what you did with the Uzi, isn't it?
The objection is sustained.
Just like adding the handbag around your shoulder. You never mentioned that before.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. You can ask her in another fashion when's the first time she recalls that, when's the first time she told anybody, that's fine.
When was the first time you recalled the handbag business? This is all to make it seem like the deceit.
Objection, argumentative.
The
This is improper.
The objection is sustained.
When was the first time you mentioned the handbag business?
I was sitting in my living room. in
When was the
Park
first
City
time? When?
She's trying to
At
explain.
7:30 in the morning.
Excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt you, but we have too many people talking. You may now answer the question the first time you mentioned it to anyone you recall.
And Detective Bennett,
I asked when, Your Honor. I
She
didn't
is
ask for
trying-
this.
November.
Excuse me, she's trying to explain it.
2004, October 2004, when they came to my door that morning,
What
I
is-
mentioned it.
Okay, that's the first time.
That is it.
Never mentioned it before.
No.
The pocketbook never came up with Mr. Schaefer, yes? Never came up there, never came up with anyone else you told about these incidents. but you did recall specifically telling Brian Bennett about the pocketbook. Yes or no?
Objection, compound.
It's compound, the objection is sustained.
Your testimony is you told Brian Bennett on the very first interview, yes? About the handbag?
Yes, I did.
Would you think, withdrawn, was he taking notes when he spoke to you? Was he taking notes?
The other fellow was taking notes.
What's the other fellow's name?
I can't remember, but I
Did
have.
Mr.
She's trying,
Bennett,
excuse me, she's trying to answer the question. She
Another
hasn't finished.
detective was with him.
did Mr. Bennett tell you the other fellow's name?
Yes, I got his card and I do have it in my bag, but I don't have it in this bag that I have with me.
He was taking notes? Yes?
Yes,
Ms. Ogden, did you ever act professionally?
no, never.
Are you acting today?
This is our.
The objection is, the
I'm
objection,
asking if
no,
she
the objection is sustained.
You mentioned a horrific term, an attempted rape. You mentioned that term. It was another thing you threw in, yes?
Objection.
Today?
Yeah, just a second.
Threw in.
Well, I'm going to ask.
No, just, Mr. Cutler, the objection is sustained when you make comments like another thing you threw in, that's directed.
Okay, I'll withdraw that.
It's too late. It's directed to the jury. It's done for a purpose. The jury is admonished to disregard it. Now ask an appropriate
Okay, I will.
question.
Did you tell Brian Bennett and use the term raped, attempted rape? Yes, no, or I don't know, in October of '04?
I don't know.
You know if it's in the report?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Dixon ask you to look at the report that was generated as a result of
No,
going to, where did you say you lived, in Utah?
Park City.
Park City, Utah, all the way out to meet you? Did he ever show you this report? Mr. Dixon, the prosecutor,
He never came out to meet me.
did he ever show you the report generated
No,
from the interview?
no, sir.
That they can, do you understand, as an intelligent woman, Ms. Ogden, that policemen and investigators generate
Is this a
reports?
speech?
Yeah, the objection is sustained. Do you have a ways to go, Mr. Cutler?
No, I don't, Your Honor.
All right, well, let's see, maybe we can finish with the witness, perhaps. You may proceed.
Another query, quote unquote, blow my brains out. Remember you said that today too? Remember?
Yes,
That's not in the report either.
Objection, Your Honor, that's new.
The objection is sustained.
No, no.
The objection is sustained.
You see, Miss, yes, Your Honor. Miss Ogden,
Okay, what was that little spin move? I do not like this man. Oh my God. This judge needs to send, after this witness, needs to send the jury out and have a very in-depth discussion with this man about how to behave and threaten some type of sanctions, contempt, something, because I have never that I can think of, seen this kind of behavior from a lawyer. Can you guys think of another lawyer that's acted this badly? This is ridiculous. I mean, Daryl Brooks, but he doesn't count because he wasn't a lawyer. This guy, oh my God. I want to slap him.
you have deliberately and
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Why, she can't do something
The
deliberately?
objection, you can't make statements to the witness in front of the jury. The objection is sustained.
Have you intentionally added things to what happened in this case?
Objection, argument.
That's appropriate. I'll allow it.
Did you, yes or no?
No.
Intention. Blow my brains out. Rape. Philip said it was an Uzi. None of these things are in the report.
Objection, that's improper impeachment.
You don't need to yell either. My hearing's still pretty good. Some other things are failing, but that still works. The objection is sustained.
But what did come out, Miss Ogden, and I won't be long, but what did come out, Miss Ogden, is somehow, some way, it was made clear to you that doing the right thing was helping the decedent's family.
Objection, that's all. The objection is sustained.
Excuse me 1 minute, Your Honor. I hear something. Yes. Your Honor, we do want to play the conversation that we heard today.
I have a feeling we're not going to finish today, no matter what. Oh, well, it's okay. And the witness needs to take a break, but in any event, it looks like we're going to have to come back tomorrow, no matter what. Oh, tomorrow, that's right, because we have jurors that have to come back on Wednesday, I'm sorry. All right? You may, certainly. Okay. You need to go to the bathroom. To go to the, use the facility. So go ahead. We're going to take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition. Why don't you go ahead and step in the jury room? We'll see if we're going to go longer today or what, and we'll go ahead and take a break. All right? All right, back on the record. All parties except the jurors and alternates are present. What have you been able to accomplish, if anything?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
No. They really must undo on me. There's nothing, I've never seen it like.
The dynamic duo of the DA's office, okay.
Hardly.
Which one is Robin? Ready?
Yes.
Ready for the jurors? We're ready for the jurors. Bring them out. If you wish.
Sorry. I thought it was 5 after 3. Before it was 5 after 4. I apologize.
That's all right. You may proceed.
Ms. Ogden, you said you saved things.
Yes.
Did you produce to the prosecutor's office pay stubs or receipts, things of that, for jobs you did for Philip?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
I gave them to my attorney. I didn't give them to,
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Dixon?
no, I have an attorney,
We don't have,
Mr. Barshop.
neither is Mr. Dixon,
No.
Mr. Jackson. But today, you were certainly generous enough to bring in this.
Yes, I was.
And we don't know, maybe you have 10 other cassettes like this at home, right? We don't know that.
Maybe you
Even
don't.
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Dixon know.
Nobody knows.
And if you have 10 other cassettes like that at home,
I don't.
I say, but if you did, or 2, or even 1, sweet talking Philip after these so-called horrific events you
The
described.
objection is sustained.
Withdrawn. May I play the conversation for you with the court's
You
permission?
may play the conversation if you wish.
Absolutely.
Between Philip that you brought today.
That's fine.
And by the way, Ms. Ogden, this cassette, those tapes do not contain dates, times.
You're making a statement,
Okay.
Mr.
Do they contain dates, times?
No.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Rosen.
The court's permission.
Yes.
Could the court have everyone allowed?
The best place to do it is probably on the stand because the microphone, the witness's microphone will pick it up.
No.
You may.
Which one?
We need to mark this as an exhibit. Next in order is People's 4.
Yes, sir. No, it's
You want a defense exam? It doesn't make any difference. It's whatever you want. Defense is H.
H is in, as in happy, Your Honor? Happiness?
If only. Defendant's H it is. Thank you.
Ms. Ogden, did somebody from the prosecutor's office ask you to bring that tape with you today?
No.
Just yes or no? Okay, thank you, Roger. Thanks for your patience.
Judge, what's better, these two or this?
That one is the one that will pick it up. It's in between. Anywhere. All right, we're going to just listen to the tape, if you will, until a question is asked. The reporter will not report the tape.
It says, I've only got a few choices. Let's play.
Is the tape moving?
Tapes. Let's see if there's a volume. I rewind the whole thing.
Here we go.
That's.
Right. Hello? Hello? Hi. Oh, that was a big step. Step out. Step back again. Giant person. A big giant me? Steppenwolf. Yeah. Steppenwolf? Right. Well, what's that? You should have. I called you many hours ago, son. It's now many hours later. We still haven't heard from you. Okay. You want to get into your phone that I just talked to you. I need some information now concerning something you told people. I suggest you call me right now. It's exactly 5:01. I just spoke to you about 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. Don't just be around. I don't have the time. Answer your phone. I'll call you back when you call up. Not so now. And as soon as possible. If you have a problem with that, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Because I don't understand why you don't answer your phone then. When did we become the third person? Diane is hiding right now. She will return your call when she gets the message. And she. Would you tell Diane to return my call? Thank you so much. It's a good time to get darling. Goodbye. You're very weird. I do promise. Do I promise? Very, very weird. For Miss Boop, I guess that does it. Okay. I shall talk to you at another time. On the way. Bye. It's around 10, 12, 10, 15 on Tuesday, the 21st of February. I am calling for the lady in the house. And she's there. She's being so inclined to return my call. I better hurry up because I feel a beats can end me. Now I will be killed off by a beep. Goodbye. This is I again. I just wanted to add to that previous message that I got rhythm, I got music. Who could ask for anything more? Bye. talk with you at another day and time then. Okay. Bye-bye. Yes, this is not planned for the offer, but give me a few more minutes. We called you before, but your machine wasn't on. In any event, give us a call. And just get us a message. Au revoir. And all the other little tidbits in life. Goodbye. Just checking to see how sneezy he was. Or sneezy is. Sneezy was, sneezy is. And if the cold has departed into the wild blue yonder. And I shall speak with you. Bye. Is there any reason you don't put yourself in the third person? Hey, Jerry, trying to track that were like to come out there and do what we tried to do yesterday. So do any luck in contacting him on the machine? Here in the hotel. Bye.
Thank you for that. Mr. Cutter, do you want to proceed?
Hear Philip's voice on that tape? Yeah,
Pardon?
you hear Philip's voice on that tape?
Yes,
Brings back some memories.
yes.
Doesn't he?
Yes.
Do you know and understand and appreciate the seriousness of these charges?
This is argument.
Sustained. Just ask what she does.
Sustained.
Miss Ogden, there's no date other than Philip saying February 21. And Roger was good enough to help me. There's no date on this
I know.
year. And they're withdrawn. You know, there are people who are technologically able, I'm not one of them, of course, to take conversations from different tapes and put them on one tape. I'm not accusing you of it.
The objection is sustained.
Is this a tape from your home?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And all we know about it, Ms. Ogden, is that you brought it in today. That's a fair
That's
statement.
fair, yes.
The cordiality, the friendship, and the tenderness that we hear, is it real?
Yes.
If I asked you, as a novice to you, because we just met, when this was made, you'll indicate to me before the gun incidents,
Right.
not after,
No.
because after wouldn't conform and comport.
Objection. Sustained.
Yes, sorry,
It's all right.
yes. I'm sorry. May I, Your Honor? through the good offices of my friends and colleagues and Philip. Can I do this?
I don't know, what is it you're going to do?
I want to posit 2 or 3 more questions. I know I'm over time.
Go ahead.
Ms. Ogden, did you send an email to Philip just prior to just prior to 2003 would be late 02? Just yes or no, I don't know.
I don't have his email address. I don't know. No,
Do you have emails? Do you use
I
them?
do.
Finally, did you say you were working with the Grammys for 20 some odd years?
Yes.
Did Philip win a Grammy in 1972?
The objection is sustained. The objection is sustained.
Did you indicate that you had not heard of Philip prior to meeting him? Or did
I wasn't there in
I know
1972.
that. I understand. I was in law school. But I'm asking you, did you indicate that you had not heard of Philip prior to meeting him through Debbie Pryor?
I didn't meet him through Debbie
Well,
Pryor.
that's what you told the detectives. But
No.
But prior to meeting him in 82, had you heard of him?
Not really. Nothing.
Good. Not
No.
really. Do you know whether he won a Grammy Award in 1972?
No.
The answer is no, I'm going to let it stand.
The parties, the dinner parties that you made mention of, at least the Klein dinner party, do you remember? The dinner party, you made mention of.
Yeah.
And was there a staff of people that helped Philip put together these dinner parties, work the parties, caterers and cooks? And
I don't
People like
recall. It seemed like we didn't have many dinner parties. It was just mainly
I'm talking about the Klein dinner party.
the client. I don't recall. I know we had one in New York in the hotel room.
Talking about in California.
No, I don't.
You don't recall.
I don't recall.
Do you recall, you said Philip's home was in prior to 87, was not in Pasadena.
Right.
Was it at 1200 La Colina Road, Collina?
I can drive there, but I can't tell you the name of the road.
Is it the Woolworth Mansion, the Doheny Estates? Is that what you're
Like
referring
right
to?
around in there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's right
It's not
next.
Hollywood, it's Beverly Hills.
No, it's
That's right.
Beverly Hills. It's not Hollywood.
You didn't have the email address, but you certainly had Philip's phone number
Well, of
because
course.
you said you called him after the woman died in his home.
I had all of his phone numbers, and I guess they all were the same, but I just tried the one just to.
So Ogden, if Philip kept the tapes of yours, we could play them. If he had tapes like you had tapes, right?
I
If he
guess.
doesn't, we couldn't. Did you save the cards he sent you to?
Yes, I did. Well, I saved some.
Yeah.
I need to inquire, it's 4:30, we really do need to either wrap this up or put it over till Wednesday.
Yes, Your Honor. It's a wrap.
So far. People, thank you, Mr. Cutler.
Thank you, nothing further, no further questions.
Subject to recall, can this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, subject to recall, you're excused. Thank you for being here. You may step down. What time do you want to meet? Ladies and gentlemen, let me actually let the jurors go. As you know, one of your fellow jurors will be off tomorrow, so we will not be meeting as far as you're concerned. We may be in session, but keep in mind the admonition. We'll see you 9:30 on Wednesday morning as far as you're concerned. Thank you. Do we have a time for, if we're going to meet tomorrow, do we have a time? 9:30, you want, it depends.
Whatever the court's
10 o'clock, would that be easier for everybody?
fine with that. We get people coming at 9:30, but that's.
Well, we'll do it at 9:30. 9:30. 9:30. Did you, we need anything else except that we're coming in tomorrow at 9:30?
Put something on the record, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry.
I was told
That's all right.
by people that they now have the CD that goes with people's number 3, and they'd like to mark it as people's 4.
So marked.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, the new one is in here? Okay.
All right. Oh, yes.
It's in.
Is there anything else we need to discuss?
Your Honor, Roger and I may not be here, and I want you to feel this is a science aspect. I understand.
It's fine.
My loss.
Okay.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's your choice as to who appears.
Philip won't be here.
He just has a 977 waiver if he doesn't want to be here tomorrow.
Thanks for your patience.
All right. My pleasure.
And Mr. Dixon, appear 977 for me?
Absolutely. All right. So we'll see tomorrow at 9:30. Take up the continuation of the hearing and the other discovery issues that are on the table. And anything else we need? Mr. Rosen, anything further?
Just a tidbit they might be interested.
What? We're going to meet at 9:30. You and Mr. Cutler will not be present tomorrow, I understand.
I believe that's correct. but
Mr. Spector won't be present.
Mr. Spector does not need to be here.
He does not need to be here.
No.
Just for your guys' information, there's a juror who's going to be recognized by his company as at an awards banquet or an awards luncheon on May 23rd. So he cannot be here that morning, only the afternoon.
All right, so you're on notice that we won't be in session the morning of May 23rd as far as the jury is concerned. Okay, thank you. Anything further? All right, we're done. Thank you. All right.
I don't know why this next part is outside the presence of the jury. She testifies later in the presence of the jury.
This would be Mark 25. I think you mark 26. The next would be 27.
So, okay. And then,
Why we're not double marking.
we're not, but we do have one other photograph of the scene. Here, to direct the court's attention, this is the landing area that has this item on it, and we believe this photograph, Mr. Q would say was taken during the time he was there or around that time.
Stipulating too is that he didn't seize that item that we're looking at.
If he saw anything like it, he would have examined it. If it had evidentiary value, he would have taken it.
For the purposes of our hearing, whether or not he saw a white item on that bottom stair, and he said, I don't recall seeing anything, but if I had seen something and I thought it was of evidentiary value, I would have taken it.
Okay.
He would have looked at it and then, yeah.
For this reason, I mean, this is when you start looking at two-dimensional photographs, is this is somewhat consistent with Ms. Kaplan's testimony, looking at its object. Okay.
We're going to continue on.
All right.
And that's the sum and substance of Bob Kyle's proposed testimony. The people would ask the defense to join our stipulation for this hearing only this hearing.
I understand.
Agreed. And I would also, I'm sure if this was covered, but as to the areas of up the stairs and around the stairway wall, he said he carefully searched that area. He found the tooth material. He looked for similar material because of his original find, and that he would have examined anything that he saw, and if it had evidentiary value, he would have collected it.
I did cover that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. Okay.
All right.
We're good.
Stipulations accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Second, Dr. Joseph Anselmo is a forensic odontologist and a defense expert in this case. He's been a forensic odontologist for some 22 years or greater. and will stipulate to his qualifications to testify to the following. He would testify, if called, duly sworn, and qualified, that he reviewed all dental material booked into evidence by the Sheriff's Crime Lab or the Sheriff's Department, and that includes items 10, 11, 5, and 85G is in golf. Just so the court, so we're not talking numbers. 10 and 11 were on the staircase.
Yes.
Small dental items. 5 was down at the base of the wall of the staircase. And item 85G was the dental material found on Lana Clarkson's belly, if you will,
Thank you.
on the dress. He determined they all came from Lana Clarkson. He would testify that certain of her dental material was not recovered. In other words, he could not make a finding that he could reconstruct all of her dental material. Some of it is gone. None of the missing dental material was the size of an entire thumbnail. And he cannot say for sure if any missing dental material is the same size and or shape as the missing acrylic thumbnail.
Okay.
He would further indicate that he would expect that he probably could tell the difference between the acrylic on the thumbnail and acrylic in the dental material if he examined them both. However, he cannot say that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Finally, he cannot determine the size of any missing portions of the dental material, other than to say he would not expect that any missing portion would be the size of an entire thumbnail. And that would be the...
Wait a minute. Acrylic? Dental acrylic? Did he say dental acrylic? So, okay, she was an actress, so she had veneers. Is that what he's saying? So the acrylic might not have been from her fingernail. It might have been from her tooth. Oh, good Lord. They have to make the white object they found more complicated now? Great.
sum and substance of his stipulation.
So stipulated.
That would be agreeable.
For purposes of this hearing, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Finally, I think with Dr. Harold, it's just easier to call her to the stand and kind of walk through her testimony.
That's fine. You may proceed.
I know one of the pictures I'm going to use, I think we have previously marked, but I don't know which one it is. But I have another copy.
You can, if you want, you can mark it next in order as well. If we have duplicates, that's fine.
Yeah, for the record, some photos that we use for overlay, use glossy photos, you lose it, but you see the detail, and I'm giving the court duplicate glossy so you can see the detail.
Follow along.
Right, follow along, right.
All right. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I so swear.
Thank you. Please be seated in the witness stand. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Lynn Denise Harold, LYNNEHEROLD.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, Dr. Harold.
Good morning.
We met before last May on Lake County Bar, and we just spoke a few minutes together with the prosecutors and just the board here.
Yes.
And you are were the criminals that the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department assigned to do some examinations on certain items of evidence that came in on the case involving Lana Clarkson and Phil Spector?
Yes.
Okay. And how many years' experience do you have with regard to being a criminalist?
I've been a criminalist since 1982.
And one of the areas that you were asked to examine was the two thumbnails that came from the coroner's office of Lana Clarkson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have had experience in the past examining natural fingernails, I assume?
Yes.
And you've had experience in the past examining acrylic fingernails, I assume?
Yes.
And since 1982, could you estimate how many acrylic nails you have examined in the course of doing various homicide investigations? Just ballpark.
Hundreds. Fingernail kits.
Fingernail kits?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How about whole fingernails?
And that is included, fingernail scrapings, clippings, whether they're artificial, real.
Okay, and so if I asked you the same question with regard to acrylic, you would say that it's in that hundreds, in which you wouldn't differentiate acrylic versus fingernail.
To me, it's all fingernail associated evidence.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
And you did examine the fingernail scrapings of Lana Clarkson under the left thumbnail, correct?
The left thumbnail?
Right.
I believe it's the right.
Well, did you examine both?
Well, yes, I looked at all the fingernails associated with this case
Okay.
that I had.
And under, did you issue a report dated September 26, 2003?
I don't know the date of it. I didn't bring that material with me. It was my understanding that this hearing was about what I didn't have, not what I did have.
Do you recall if I showed you a copy of the report? Would you remember whether you issued it or didn't issue it or whatever? Actually, it was a draft report first under September 26 or 2003.
Yes, but I'm not prepared to testify to what I did see or not see. I'm here specifically to address the issue of the hearing, which is, does an item I didn't examine have potential value or not?
Did you issue a draft report dated September 26, 2003?
I don't have the report with me.
If I showed you a copy of your draft and your final report, would that help refresh your recollection as to the dates that you issued both of them?
Yes.
Ms. Bud, I'll stipulate to the dates of the draft and the final.
Thank you. September 26, 2003 for a draft report is stipulated to Your Honor, and March 18, 2004 for a final report dealing with the issues of the fingernails.
All right, we'll accept that stipulation.
Going back to where I left off, did you examine the left-hand fingernail scrapings of Lana Clarkson?
Examined all fingernails, whether they were clipped or scraped, associated with Lana Clarkson, as provided to me in this case.
Okay, and on March 18, 2004, did you issue a report that stated, quote, the left-hand fingernail scrapings from victim Clarkson, item 85A, did not contain any material appearing to be potentially foreign body tissue based on microscopical examination other than the apparent blood flakes, close quote. I can show,
If you're reading from my report, then
Let me
yes.
present to you. I just read from it. Would that sound accurate?
I'll stipulate that that's an accurate reflection of what was actually written in her report.
Okay. Did you also review the, what was called the damaged nail kit, item 85B? Did you also review that?
Yes.
Now, could you explain to us what a damaged nail kit is in terms of your understanding?
In situations where the coroner's department or the investigating officers see someone that has damage to a fingernail, whether it is artificial nail or natural nail, that particular nail is usually identified and collected separately. In this particular case, there was a missing portion of acrylic fingernail that was known or seen to be missing at the crime scene, the original scene. It was therefore identified and collected separately in a separate envelope as a damaged nail. Routinely, all the other nails would have been clipped and grouped together, left hand versus right hand, and not separated. So it's a clue that there is a potential missing portion of a fingernail or acrylic nail that may be useful in a reconstruction or an association of the people, place, and time of the event.
Is this on? No.
No.
It should be on.
Okay.
It was on.
Okay,
We can do
what do we do?
It's on there. It's on.
It's online.
There we go.
Okay,
the second.
now,
No, she's got it.
thank you.
Okay.
It's not showing what you.
A lot of directors in this production, Your Honor. Now, this is a picture of the right fingernail at the coroner's office, and I assume that you have seen this picture before, correct?
Yes, I have.
And did you see this picture before you issued your final report on March 26, 2004?
Yes.
Okay. And in this picture, the thumbnail had not been clipped, correct?
Correct.
Now, the item that came for you, the clip nail. I'm trying to put this up now. And Your Honor, I have a photograph that we're gonna mark next in line.
Yes, 28, I believe, course 28.
Okay, maybe we could give the witness the actual exhibit and we get a computer version here.
Absolutely.
Can I approach?
It's 28.
Yes.
Is this the thumbnail that we are speaking about labeled damage, that came from damage nail kit item 85B that we just talked about?
Yes.
And that is the little vanilla envelope that it came in?
Actually, it's not the original envelope it came in, it's my subsequent containment of, of the item in a smaller envelope.
The clipping that you were referring to that was not in the nail we saw in the coroner's office, is that what you're talking about? It's the bottom right, you have the picture.
Ask that question again?
The clipping that we discussed that was apparently done at the coroner's office after we saw the picture that we previously looked at. That's the clipping we discussed.
Yes, that's actually on the left-hand side of the picture, the excised fingernail with a portion of the acrylic nail on top of it. And apparently they tried to do the routine, which was clip the end of the free nail, which caused the acrylic to further break. And in the far right-hand side where the beam is right now, that is actually a portion of the natural nail that is clipped off of the original nail. Next to it is the broken off additional piece of acrylic nail, and it all physically matches back together to look like what was in the picture you showed previously.
And when a nail is excised, the portion to the bottom that we're seeing here of the nail, over here, is taken out. That would be the part that forms under your cuticle.
Yes, it appears the entire nail was removed.
Okay. So this, right where below where we see the kind of acrylic and a little bit of a line that would appear to be under where the nail is, that would be under the cuticle.
Yes.
And then you also looked at, we have this marked next to the
29, course 29.
We'll bring you the, I'm gonna bring you, Chris will bring you the original picture.
I recognize the
You see
picture.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
It's hard because we find that we're losing a lot of focus from lights.
You just asked to mark 29, I have no idea. It's up to you as to what you want to mark.
Okay.
You may proceed, pardon me.
This is the same nail with the view from looking at it from the underside.
Yes, what is known as the ventral side.
Go ahead.
The curved part. This is ventral, this is dorsal, so this is the ventral side.
Okay, so that would be the portion that rests against your skin under the
Yes.
nail? Okay.
The
So-
place where you get all the dirt when you're gardening.
Okay. And then,
A highly technical definition.
that's a really good word.
Ms. Abramson could comment about that.
Okay, and so you also looked at what I would call the underside portion The ones we don't, if you're walking, you don't polish, obviously, because you can't get under there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What type of examinations did you do of the snail?
I looked at the snail visually and stereomicroscopically, that is with a moderate amount of magnification, but not by removing any particular items and separately mounting them for high magnification.
We're trying to now, let me just ask you to explain what stereomicroscopically is, and what is the magnification level, what does that mean?
The particular microscopes that I were using for this exam ranges from a magnification of 10 times to 63 times.
Okay, and what level of magnification did you look at item 85B at, if you remember, or
All of those.
65?
Yes. In general, as a microscopist, what you do is you start out looking at all items of evidence, first by eye, and you're looking for large, obvious things that are loose, that you need to contain or control, that may have evidentiary value, and then you go up in magnification from there, lowest to highest.
And so prior to doing that, when we looked at it visually, or sometimes I hear it, the word grossly, is grossly the same as visually?
Yes.
And what is macroscopically?
Basically, the unaided eye, or maybe magnifying glass 5 times, 10 times.
So you look at it visually, or what some people would say grossly initially. When you first got this item, did it appear to you that when somebody tried to clip the nail, some of the particles of the acrylic broke off?
Correct.
Had you ever looked at, seen photos of this nail?
Yes.
Now, after you looked at it and issued your report, by the way, when you do your observations, you record your observations in what are called lab notes or bench notes?
Yes.
Okay. And did you record your observations in your bench notes about this particular item that you looked at 85B?
Yes.
I know you do not, because we sat here, did not have your lab notes with you. And just for the record, Mr. Jackson was in Discovery 1622. Let me read you, and let me ask you if this is what you wrote in your lab notes for the stereoscopic exam. Quote, all natural and synthetic nail edges examined and vertical surfaces. Blood noted on the natural nail strip, but no potentially foreign body tissue with tissue integrity material noted on the distal, looks like vertical edge of the synthetic nail fragment.
Ventral edge.
Is it ventral?
Ventral. I'll stipulate that that's an accurate reading of the first paragraph from those.
All right.
Okay, that is an accurate reading, Mr. Jackson just did it. Okay, let me ask you this, that you did then take photos of some observations, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and did you find in your lab notes or write down that, quote, nothing noted in general of probative value at this time except possible distal edge of polish to be discussed with investigating officers?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make any further notes of what you discussed with the investigating officers that is not indicated in this bench note?
No.
Do you know what investigating officers you discussed, whatever it was you discussed with them, who they were?
My discussions were pretty much limited to,
No, just mention the names of the officers.
yeah, limited to discussions with Detective Lilienfeld. He was the one specifically assigned for all laboratory interactions and evidence control.
All right, then the next portion says dorsal surfaces nails. What is a dorsal surface?
Well, Well, in standard medical terminology, there is a standard position and dorsal is, this is medical position. Dorsal is the back, so with the hands out. So this is actually the back of your hand, the dorsal side, and this is ventral.
Okay. So the dorsal, meaning the portion would have the fingernail polish on it, or
Yes.
acrylic, just with
Yes.
ease, okay. Dorsal surfaces of nail fragments and polish appear unremarkable. Generally, no observed material that would be useful for reconstructive issues. E.g., example given, I assume?
Yes.
Smokeless powder or BSP. Now, is that did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And BSP means bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And then, did you send the nail on for further biology or DNA examination from Steve Renteria?
Yes.
Were you ever told, or did you ever receive a report back as to whether or not anything of evidentiary value was found or not found?
I was probably told by Steve Renteria, I don't know how many times, what the DNA results were on this entire case. I don't retain that in memory, and I know he's reported it, but I do not interpret his reports because I can't. I ask him again and again the same questions.
Correct, that's fine. Now, you also examined the slip. Do you know this back? Well, that's a different picture. We can use one, but we'll put this on and just mark this.
Next in order.
Would be 30.
I'll hit the promo button. There we go.
The slip of Lana Clarkson. Did you also?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I apologize, I was not looking up at you. Okay, and is this the slip that you examined?
It appears to be.
Okay, and did you also examine what is called a tape lift done by one of the coroner's investigators, Ms. Jamie Linton?
Yes, done by Jamie as a coroner's criminalist.
Coroner's criminalist, okay. And could you tell us what a tape lift is generally, just so that we are on the same page?
One way of recovering some trace evidence is using what is called adhesive lifting. It can be a piece of tape, literally like Scotch tape. It can be a specially made sheet of adhesive paper, and it's used as a general collection procedure to capture all potentially loose things. It is less discriminating than seeing something by eye and specifically picking up that item.
Okay, and in this particular case, you were aware from your discussions with Ms. Lindenwood that the tape lift was done of Ms. Clarkson at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the tape lift was from the lower portion of the black slip where we see the arrows around?
No.
Okay. Did you issue a report saying it was from the lower portion of the black slip?
No.
Perhaps I can refresh your recollection.
You may approach.
Show you, and it's Bates number 1560. It's the 3-page report that we stipulate the date to. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, do you want me mine get bigger all the time, with 2 1/4 now. By this case, the time just gets big, please.
I see what the problem is.
But let me ask you a couple questions. The report says the tape was from the lower portion of the black slip, correct?
Yes, however, it's a terminology issue. And you show me an entire picture of the slip. I'm thinking lower portion, like lower down to the hemline.
Okay.
That description was based on what was associated with the envelope it was recovered in, and it actually referred to lower position of the torso based on the at scene position.
Okay, so.
So it's actually what we would call mid-level.
So if I do like around here, is that about it?
Yes, and above, actually above the arrows,
Okay, so somewhere is around here.
yes.
Indicating the middle of the dress?
I would say below the bus line, and then from midpoint up to the bus line, would that be about accurate?
Yes, actually, if you look at the at-scene pictures, you can see the area very clearly with Miss Clarkson in the chair in the original position she was observed in. It is right in the middle. After Jamie Lynchmuth picked up a white particle, that area was tape lifted with a sheet that's not this large, but close to this side.
Smaller than
Yeah.
an 8.5 by 11 photograph.
Okay. All right, so about an 8 by 10 size sheet that's got sticky material on the other side
Yes,
and picks up whatever is there.
yes.
And what are the arrows that are in this picture? Because you said the tape lift was above the arrows.
Those arrows are placed to indicate directional blood stains.
And with regard to the tape lift, when you looked at the tape lift, and I assume you looked at it both grossly and under a stereo microscope?
Yes.
Okay. And when you looked at it under a stereo microscope, did you issue a statement in your final report that it was, quote, observed to contain apparent blood as well as extensive fibrous and particulate debris, undetermined evidentiary value?
Yes, I did issue that statement. The long and the short of all this is, in my examination, I am there as a scientist trying to discover through the physical evidence in this particular case, where was Miss Clarkson? Where was Mr. Spector? Where was the gun? What incidences or parts of this can be reconstructed based on the physical evidence? I was aware that there was a damaged fingernail. I was aware of the dental material. I actually examined all those items. And I'm looking for things on all their clothing and everything recovered that will reconstruct the events. I knew that there was a missing piece of acrylic nail. I was searching for that. For example, it could have been associated with the bullet if the hand of Miss Clarkson was up a barrel of the gun and it had gotten blasted off. It could be in Miss Clarkson's head or the bullet. I was aware that it could have been at the scene. If she attempted to get out of the door and it broke off, it could have been at the scene on the floor. I was aware that it was picked up originally by Jamie Lynchmuth as the item. It said possible acrylic nail on her slip dress. And in fact, that was not fingernail material. It was a piece of dental restoration. I was looking for things that had specifically smokeless powder on them, because that is something that could be associated definitively with that gunshot and could help place people.
Well, let me just ask you, you were also aware that the acrylic, which I think you just described to us when we were talking with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Dixon, was about a piece of about a quarter of an inch piece.
That's, yes, and I'll have to go back. I can actually remeasure that off the photographs that I took.
But for the purpose of the day, the
There's a
ballpark,
piece missing,
for the
yes.
purpose of the day, the ballpark figure that you told us was it's about a quarter of an inch piece.
Yes.
And you were also aware that it very well could have been shattered, that quarter of an inch piece.
Yes.
So that it would not even be a whole quarter of an inch piece, correct?
Yes, that's a possibility.
And if it was shattered, it could be seen maybe microscopic or maybe not even at all because it's in such a small piece.
Except that I was, even if it was small, I was specifically looking for it.
Or shattering.
Or some part of it, the nail polish or anything like that.
Now, but it was clear to you that the whole fingernail of Ms. Clarkson, her actual fingernail was there, correct?
Yes.
All right, and except for that quarter of an inch piece missing, the rest of the acrylic was also there.
Yes.
I would like to ask a question before I lose my chain of thought. I want to show you a photograph. It doesn't have a number on the back. I think this was my follow-along photograph, Mr. Clark.
It is, and I've got it's exhibit 25 on the Elmo now.
Dr. Harold, let me show you this, and I'm just going to ask you,
I'm aware of
this object, is that at all consistent with the missing piece of fingernail, in your opinion?
I cannot, and I'll tell you why. Let me tell you what I know about this whole situation and take it from there.
Okay.
Because I was the one that handled all the trace evidence on this first before it went on to other analysts, I knew early on that this potential piece of nail was missing. In July of 2003, I got a call from Detective Lilienfeld who said that Stan White, who I happen to have known from before he retired, had made a statement to him about a possible piece of fingernail being found at the scene. And at the time, I said to Detective Lilienfeld, that very well could be true because what was picked up as possible fingernail is not fingernail and it's never been found, and no one knows that except me. At that point in time, I was the only one aware of that. So I told Detective Lilienfeld, speak with the DA. It was at the time Doug Sorvino. This does have potential reconstructive value, and see if there is any way that this item that was recovered, if I can examine it. And from there, this has taken on a life of its own over the years as a number of motions for this supposed recovered item. From my position as a scientist on this case, this item, whatever was seen or collected or not collected, has potential value or no value depending on what it is and what it's associated with. And you cannot predict what that value is based on what I've seen on the case. Theoretically, it could be a piece of this fingernail acrylic. Whatever I see on the existing part has no bearing on what that fragment could have associated with it. If it was a piece of the fingernail blasted off, regardless of what I've seen so far, that entity has its own merit that has to be evaluated. It may have value, it may have no value.
Let me ask you a question. Let's pure hypothetical, and it's just that. Assume that the item that Stan White saw was indeed the missing piece of fingernail. Further assume, do you know what bullet wipe is?
Yes.
Further assume that it has bullet wipe on it. One, Is that possible that the portion missing would have bullet white and the portion that remained had none?
Yes, I have to say that I did see part of this hearing, and people are consistently misusing the terms bullet wipe. To me, bullet wipe is specifically from the lead nose of a bullet, where some people use it associated with the projectile. For example, from my perspective, if that was fingernail, acrylic, I would be looking at it specifically for something like smokeless gunpowder. If the thumb had been in the mouth, the gases could loosen and blow off a piece of that acrylic, and it could pick up lead. It could pick up smokeless powder. Primer particles are pretty useless because they're everywhere. And it could be in a part of the crime scene separate and different than where this rest of the damaged nail is. It could have completely different trace materials associated with it.
Assuming it did, would that have assisted you in any way in reconstructing the scene or informing an opinion as to what happened?
It could be useful in placing her hands at the time of the discharge of the gun. The gun had to have been in her mouth in an upright position. It's very awkward to pull a trigger that way. You would have to use your thumbs. If her thumbnail came off because it was at the barrel end of the gun, then that thumbnail was not on the trigger, pulling the trigger.
All right, I understand. Thank you. You may proceed.
Well, let me go on that. You said her thumbnail.
Before I proceed, how much longer?
Now that she just said all that, a lot longer.
Okay.
Well, and Your Honor.
What?
I think I've interposed this objection, all due respect to counsel, I've interposed this objection a couple of times. It appears that under the court's questioning, which is laser-like in its efficiency.
You're not buttering. You're not attempting to butter me up.
The reality is, Judge, you're the audience that we're here for. This was a court's inquiry. The court appears to have had very pinpointed questions for Dr. Harold. I would suggest that anything outside of this pinpoint questioning that's for your benefit to begin with is irrelevant for the purposes of this discussion or this hearing itself.
I don't know. I mean, those are the areas I'm concerned about. There may be questions asked that I haven't thought through or that can help me in getting to where I'm trying to go in this hearing. So if there's more to go, I just have to sort of assume, are we going to break? Can you come back at 8:30?
Yes,
Okay.
but I may be able to cut it short.
Sure.
The flip side of it is, it may have absolutely no value.
I understand that.
And there's no way to know without seeing the item, and there's no way as a scientist I can predict that value or make a notation. The world is a possibility until it's like, show me what's behind door number 2. I'll tell you what it is and if it has any value. I know what's behind door number 1, and that doesn't help me tell you what's behind door number 2.
All right. With that in mind, do you still have further questions?
Yes, Your Honor, because she did certain things with her hands, and I wanted to ask her about what she.
All right.
Also, I have questions on this and some other questions in other areas.
We'll be in recess till 1:30 this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back on the record, all parties and the witness are present is here before you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Harold, good afternoon. Before we left for lunch, Your Honor, the judge asked you a couple of questions, and I'd like to start from there, but just go back a little bit because you did mention that everybody has been using certain terms loosely here, and I want to go back and try to clarify the various terms. What is soot?
Depends on how you're using the term.
Well, in terms of sitting in the mouth for a gunshot wound.
You'd have to ask the person who is using the term how they're applying it. For me, when I'm looking at things microscopically, I don't call something soot. I see either smokeless gunpowder with carbon coating, smokeless gunpowder without its carbon coating. I can see particles of carbon separated from the smokeless powder. It could be lead from the bullet. Primer particles you cannot see with a light microscope, so I wouldn't even see those. And it is used, sitting, for example, or the term gunshot residue is used by different people depending on what their specialty is and how they're applying it.
Okay, and what is bullet wipe specifically as you use it?
Well, I don't use the term bullet wipe. I've heard that term used in reference to these proceedings by other people.
Okay.
I would again be looking for either something very specific like lead from the bullet. Another person here in a different specialty area used bullet wipe to mean anything associated with a projectile going through something.
Okay.
So again, you'd have to ask that person to define specifically what they're talking about.
Okay, you see bullet wipe visually without the use of anything.
I guess I have to object because of her definition of bullet wipe. She just said she doesn't use that term, and it depends on what, it just sounds vague.
Sustained, given what the witness has previously answered as to how she uses that term, it really, there's no way she can answer it.
Well, how do you use that term? When you specifically use that term, how do you use
She
it?
indicated she didn't use the term.
Sustained.
Have you ever been in any meetings with the coroner's office associated with this case where that terminology was explained to you as to how it was utilized?
No,
Okay. Has anyone ever explained to you how Stan White utilized that term?
no,
Did you see any memorandums or documents or all where that term was discussed in terms of this case?
no,
Okay. Can you see gunshot residue visually?
Gunshot residue is another term that it depends on how you're applying it. There is a difference between gunshot primer residue
Right.
and smokeless powder residue and carbon particles that may be associated with it. So it again depends on how you define it.
Did you see any reports concerning the ammunition or the bullet cartridge that was the death cartridge in this case, concerning whether or not this ammunition had a lot of contained smokeless powder?
Did I see any?
Well, let me back up. All right.
I
Did
think
you know
what
what
you're
type of-
asking me is, did I see the test fires that were done by firearms for distance determination?
Actually, I'm not. I'm asking you, were you ever told what type of ammunition this ammunition was that caused the death of Lana Clarkson?
At one time, I knew only because I had it, and I was told by firearms expert Jim Carroll what it was. I independently did not determine what it was.
Okay. Can there be burned particles and gunshot residue and unburned particles?
Yes.
Can there be burned particles or unburned particles in sitting?
I don't know how you're applying the term
I'm
sooting.
talking about how you use it. I'm only specifically how you use it.
I don't use the term sooting.
At all.
There can be burnt, unburnt, or partially burnt
Right?
smokeless gunpowder particles.
Right. Have you yourself done any testing on copper jacketed bullets to see how much items you can see from the discharge, whether you can see any items from the discharge that are visible?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. I can't see it for the life of me. I'm trying to figure out how this goes to the evidentiary hearing to determine whether or not Henry Lee pocketed, secreted, destroyed evidence at the crime scene. I don't see this as,
It goes to the effective credibility of Stan White, who said he saw bullet wipe on this 1/4 inch particle that is claimed.
but
Just a second. What I'm going to do, and that's what I've been looking for, I want to get Mr. White's testimony, and I want to read it to the witness and see if she can do something with it. Okay, I think perhaps this can help you. Reading from page 1719 of the transcript. Question, and you described something silver on it. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, are you saying that you know it was something from a bullet? Is that your testimony? Answer, I'm not saying I know anything. What I'm saying is what I saw and what I believed it to be because I have seen similar blood-lead transfers on both bodies before and on fingernails and on bone. So he's calling it a lead transfer. If it's lead, it would have to be from the bullet, not the cartridge. Does that mean something to you? Can you transfer from the bullet itself onto a fingernail? Particles of a bullet?
Lead is a soft metal, and you can mark anything with it. Doesn't have to be a fingernail. If you dragged it on a piece of paper, you would leave a streak.
All right, so if we're using, or the term is being used, wipe or whatever, it's being, for the purpose of the questions asked you, it means lead transfer. Have you ever seen any such thing?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that on a fingernail?
Not that I can specifically recall a case on.
Can you recall anything you've ever seen it on?
I'm trying to think of a very specific example.
Okay.
And off the top of my head, I can't.
No, that's fine. I understand.
I interpret that as Stan White is reporting that he saw something white. He interpreted it as a fingernail and he saw a gray or silver streak. And to me, what that is, I can't tell you till I see it, till I confirm it's a fingernail or whatever item it is, and then I look at it to determine what's causing that streak.
Okay.
The bullet could white, the strict lead streak could appear gray or silver. The carbon-coated smokeless powders can appear gray. The so-called sooting on the tongue could be the carbon particle blast and would have a gray appearance. So all these people see something white, see something gray, and I look at it at a different level of detail, and I can't tell you what that is until I see it.
Well, we're only talking about Stan White seeing something
Yeah.
white and gray. So you said all these people.
Stan White.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, can you see visually trace material from a bullet?
Depends on what it is.
And how big it is, correct?
Yes.
What about the naked eye? Can you see it with the naked eye? Trace material.
Depends on what it is.
Okay. And we did show you earlier, oh, by the way, this is where we get back to with the judge. Before we left, you were starting to do something with your hands when you were talking about the gases. But the gases, you said they could be so powerful as to break off an acrylic fragment, correct?
As a theoretical, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that's what happened.
Okay.
I'm saying theoretically, for the purposes of this motion or hearing, this reported seen object could be anything. It could have any amount of value from extreme importance, one party in the issue or the other, or absolutely no value. Or in fact, it may not even be a fingernail. Fingernail could have broken off at the House of Blues. Until you have the object and you evaluate what it is and what it could be associated with, you have no way of evaluating
That's where you
What it
started, the
is.
judge started asking you
Yeah.
questions, and that's where I want to go back to. Now, because you did something, you said, you showed something with regard to, you did with your hands. Could you remember what you did? We didn't describe it for the
Held
record.
my hands up. Yeah. I mean, theoretically, you can separate an acrylic nail
Right?
from a natural fingernail and have that piece of acrylic go through a different series of events or environments and have it appear differently than what remains associated with the hand.
You just said theoretically.
Yes.
Okay, you're not saying that in this case, that
No.
you formed, are you saying that you formed any opinion in this case regard to it?
No, I have not.
Okay,
I can't. I don't even know that the object we're talking about is a fingernail.
or even existed, or even existed? You're not drawing
No.
any conclusions? Okay. Now, with regard to the gases, though, you did say the gases are powerful enough to possibly, theoretically, we're talking theory, break off a portion of acrylic fingernail, right?
Yes.
You mean the gases of a gun going off in the mouth?
Yes.
Okay. And how powerful are those gases?
I'm not here to testify as a firearms expert.
I'm asking you because you said they were very powerful. So in the way you use powerful, how powerful are you using that term? And what are you using that term?
I'm going to sustain the objection. We again seem to be getting off topic as to what we're doing here today, which is very limited, as opposed to what evidence might or might not be relevant and admissible before the jury.
Okay. With regard to the portion you said was about 1/4 of an inch piece of the acrylic top, it's really not a fingernail, it's an acrylic top of a nail. It's a fake fingernail.
That's correct.
Okay. I think we've all been using that term loosely too. It's an acrylic
Yes.
top of a fingernail. And it's about 1/4 of an inch, I think you said?
Yeah,
About.
roughly. I'll have to remeasure it.
Right.
At one time I measured it.
Ballpark figure. And then can I have that? No, there was one with a piece of white that was on before we left.
You want to exhibit it?
Yes, please, thank you. No. On the red carpet, there was a piece of white, there was an exhibit, and I just pulled up and I pushed up there. No. There was a question to you about this one. You had to go back with this ruler in the picture. By the way, we put rulers in the picture so we can measure things later on, sizes, right?
Yes.
Okay. You could actually go back and actually from here, you could measure about what that piece is, correct?
Actually, no. I have a problem with some of Dr. Lee's photography because the rulers are not to be in the same parallax as the objects he's photographing. So it is erroneous to try and measure from that. You'll get a bad perspective.
Are you saying on this picture, which we had marked as number 26, is that or 28?
25. I think. Make it a better time.
25, by the way, have you seen this picture before?
Briefly.
Okay, when?
They just arrived and were given to me within the last 2 weeks, so I have briefly reviewed them, but I have not studied them in detail.
Okay, so when you say the pictures, you mean a lot of pictures?
Yeah, maybe 30 pictures total.
All right, but you have seen number 25 before, correct?
Yes.
Are you saying from this picture, you can't tell whether this piece is more than 1/4 of an inch?
Correct. It appears to be a picture taken at an angle, but the ruler, and it's slightly out of focus, but the ruler is kind of in focus and in a different plane, as if it was held up in front of the lens and not down with the object. It should be down with the object, and the photograph should be taken at a 90-degree angle.
Okay, so the all I asked you was that, are you saying that you cannot tell from this picture that the white material is more than 1/4 inch?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going back to where you had your hand, did you ever did you put your thumb in your mouth? You were saying something about it before lunch when the judge asked you that it was kind of hard or difficult to get your hand in a position. Do you remember that?
Yes, but that's not what I said.
What did you say? I don't want to misquote you.
I said that finding the piece of missing fingernail may have important implications in being able to position Lana's hands at the time of the discharge of the weapon.
Did you, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Was in her mouth and in an upright position, it is difficult to get it in this position to pull the trigger with your finger. That leaves you with the possibility of pulling the trigger with your thumb.
Did you see, I'm sorry, I apologize. I keep thinking you're finished.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Keep on.
I tend to be slow and
No,
thinking while I'm
please.
talking.
We want you to say everything you have to say.
So if there was the possibility the trigger was pulled with the thumb, but a portion of the thumbnail is contradictory to that, then you may be able to reconstruct or deconstruct a given position of hands in that scenario.
Did you see any lead transfer on the nail, the real nail that you examined?
Not as a streak.
Did you see any lead transfer on the acrylic that you saw? Nail?
No.
And with regard to the positioning, you mentioned now a number of times that it would be important. Were you ever asked to reconstruct the position of Phil Spector in relation to Lana Clarkson based on her hands?
Far exceeding the scope of the hearing. By the way, before I lose the thought, I noticed you were very careful when you said you did not see lead transfer as a streak on, I believe it was the natural nail, or was it the artificial nail?
Either.
Did you see some form of lead on one of the nails? When I say one of the nails, meaning either the natural or the acrylic.
There is dark debris microscopically associated with the underside of the fingernail. I did not determine if that was carbon that could be associated with smokeless powder, because there's also carbon associated with things like fingerprint powder. What was more probative to me was something like smokeless gunpowder, where you're actually seeing the shape and you can relate it to a discharge of I'm going to say bullet, that's properly input, to an actual discharge and separation of the projectile.
All right.
And did you ask the coroner's office whether what type of fingerprint powder they used?
No.
Okay. Based on what you did see, did you draw any opinion based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the nail, the acrylic nail, had been hit by a bullet?
I didn't draw any conclusion about what caused the damage to the fingernail.
Did you see any evidence that the nail or the acrylic was hit by a bullet?
No, other than it's broken and we don't know how it's broken. I didn't see a lead streak, for example. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. It means there's no positive evidence that it did happen.
Now, moving to a final area. You also looked at the right shoe of Ms. Clarkson, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see that from here? Would you like the original? We've marked this
Next in order, which
next in order, Your Honor.
purports to be a black shoe with a ruler, and it's 31.
31.
Okay. And that's a coroner's picture. It says right, item 86A on the picture itself, so we can try to later identify it. Did you, maybe that's not a coroner's picture. I apologize. That's your picture, Ms. Harold. I apologize. I'm giving copyrighted trademarked information to more people. Okay, that's your picture, correct?
That was actually taken by our photo studio at my direction.
At your direction. And that is the right shoe of Lana Clarkson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to that, you also looked at, and perhaps we can mark this next in order.
Next in order would be 32.
32 is the coroner's picture with 030937, and the picture showing 2 feet, particularly the right side of the right shoe of Ms. Clarkson before she has been disrobed. Okay. You did look at that picture, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at whose direction did you look at that picture?
Objection relevant.
Where are we going?
Judge, there's another particle that's missing
A particle of what?
of white on the bottom of the shoe.
You know, if we could just sort of get directly, if you're asking if this could, if some particle possibly could be part of a shoe as opposed to a fingernail, that would be relevant to what we're doing here. But just, if you got right to it, it would help.
I can get right to it.
Thank you. I'm going to allow you to.
I looked at, when I said I looked at everything, looking for the missing fingernail, I wasn't kidding. And that is something that is adhering to the outside right of her shoe. It's seen at the scene, it's seen at the coroner's office. Because I had the shoe and it does have 3 white triangles as part of the decoration, I was able to do what is called generated internal scale and know that roughly the size of that material. It is way too big to be any part of the missing acrylic fingernail. That particle was no longer associated with the shoe when I received the clothing. One possibility is the shoes were fairly new, and on the insole, there's actually an adhesive label on the inside of it, and on the right shoe, that adhesive label is loose and missing, and you can see the adhesive up the side. My best guess was that was part of the adhesive label because it is equivalent in size. However, you're correct. I don't have the object, so I couldn't tell you for a fact that's what it is. I can only tell you it's too large to be the fingernail, the acrylic nail part missing, and it is too large to be parts of the dental material that are not accounted for.
Okay, and one other thing that when we point to that white particle, you actually even asked people if they had seen it and no one could find it, right?
Correct.
But whatever it is, it's certainly bigger than 1/4 of an inch of the acrylic nail that's missing.
Yes, I had attempted to measure and it was much larger than the missing portion of the acrylic nail.
And when you said it was your best guess as to what it is, you don't know what that really was and whether it was helpful, harmful to either side or whatever, correct?
No, I do not.
Because you didn't have it, and I would imagine the same principles apply. Because you didn't have it, you couldn't look at it and couldn't examine it.
Correct.
Okay. Can I just have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Judge, I just have one other area, and perhaps you can guide me if I'm off base on that. I'm sure you will. I'd like to
Sure I
know.
will. You're right.
I'm sure you will too. Should I ask? I'd like to
Sure.
know whether she looked at the items that are part of this hearing that were sent back by Dr. Lee.
That you can.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you look at the items that were sent back by Dr. Lee a few months ago to the lab?
Only briefly. I received the items, I opened them to itemize what it was. I received the items with no reports and no photographs. It is my policy not to do anything with an item till I know what it is and why I have it.
Are these the outside of the items you're talking about? And if they are, we will mark this. Let's see, what do we have next order?
33 would be the next.
33. And this is two pictures. It says Phil Spector house, bloodstained threads and bloodstain upstairs, just for so that we have an idea of what the picture is. Would you like to see closer?
No, I recognize it. That is what I received.
Okay. And did you open them?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when you opened them?
October 16th, 2006.
Okay. And did you make any notes from October 16th, 2006 to now about those items?
The only notes that I've made is that it was received that date, that it was opened, and it's been waiting because I had no reports. I had no idea what they were or why I had them. It wasn't until several months later that we received a report or notes indicating what they could be. And it wasn't until these last 2 weeks that we received anything that was a photograph of what it supposedly is.
Okay, so when you received the report in February, did you make any notes and go back and make any notes?
No,
Is your testimony that as to today, you still have no notes on these items?
no.
No, it's not your testimony, or no, you have no notes?
No, I have no notes other than it was received, opened, that I found one to be a broken up blood stain and one to be red carpet fibers with 2 pieces of apparently bloody tissue paper.
Okay, when you just say that you found one to be an apparent blood stain, did you look at it under the microscope or stereo microscope? Or did you just do it? Yes.
With the low magnification.
Did you, isn't your procedure in the lab to make notes whenever you do a stereo?
This is not a discovery hearing. What she did with these items that we received late February pursuant to many requests is not an issue. I think she will testify if the court were to ask her, were either one of these things consistent with any kind of a nail material that may or may not be missing, her answer would be no.
Well, her description clearly eliminates those possibilities. More importantly, we're getting far afield. The only question is, that the only reason I'm even allowing you to ask these questions is the possibility that these items that were set by Dr. Lee could be the items that we have been talking about, and by the description, there is no way. So I don't see any further purpose to be served by continuing to go into it.
But Judge, I just have one more question on that, and I think that would help.
I'll allow you to ask a
Okay.
question.
Do you know with what you looked at when you got them, whether or not the items were in the same condition in terms of the color from the time they were picked up from the time you got them?
Objection, it's irrelevant.
She wouldn't be able to answer that question since all she has is 2 items. She wouldn't know if they were in the same condition.
Well, I thought Your Honor just said something to the effect that by her description, they would
But the
be
description of
items.
the items is clearly inconsistent with the only purpose of this hearing. They don't match. I know there has been other testimony concerning clumps of things taken, but it's not at all consistent with Ms. Kaplan's testimony. It's not even close.
Your Honor, if I may, there is, where's the picture go? On here. The bottom right area, which is white and bloodstain now, and I'm going to represent to you, there's going to be questions about what that looked like before it got into the bindle, where there was a lot of other blood. So whether or not she made any analysis.
Does that look flat to you?
That looks like that portion up top, absolutely white. There, absolutely.
It's a whitish piece of tissue with blood on it, is what it
Wow,
is.
absolutely.
Whether it looks flat or not, that depends on who looks at it, but
When you say tissue, do you mean tissue, human tissue, or tissue paper?
tissue paper. And I believe that's the witness's testimony. That's what she opened up and saw.
Okay. Let me just,
Bloodstain.
give me a moment.
Wait, we can just mark this, the housekeeping.
No, let's hold off, please.
Okay.
Okay. I was looking for Ms. Kaplan's description of the event, which takes place at page 72, the transcript. What is your, with uneven edges, that's all I remember. And she goes on to indicate it appeared to be solid as opposed to liquid. And when she was describing the size, I know took place at some point. I'm just looking for her testimony. Well, I can't find it this time. In any event. Okay. Do you have any info on this piece of tissue paper?
Judge, it actually goes to whether this was in the same condition, whether she knows whether this was in the same condition as she received it as when it was picked up. And we all know the answer to that,
She
obviously.
can't know.
Exactly.
Well,
So,
then why ask the question where there's an obvious answer?
because I have to make a record, I can't
You don't
testify.
have to make a record. She can't testify to something she's not aware of. Okay, that's fairly simple.
I omitted one question on the tape lift, Ms. Harold, before we examined the tape lift of the dress. In your report in March, tools were observed in the adhesive. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no further reports in this matter?
No, I believe that you have everything via the DA's office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything?
I have no questions with regard to, settle down and just, no? Yeah, there we go. Tweezers by Dr. Lee was placed in a glass vial.
Correct.
Last she saw that was in that glass vial. I would draw the court's attention to where it states, number one, this is a folded, as I can describe it, a folded Post-it note or possibly a folded part of an envelope. Number one, bloodstained threads, 2403 HLR, Henry Lee, I believe, is, or maybe that's HL, rather, Henry Lee. With their signature, nothing close to a glass vial.
Well, that's how he testifies. Seems to me that'll help, but it's premature.
Fine.
All right. Anything further from Dr. Harold?
No.
No, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Harold.
Thank you for being here. You may step down. Any other witnesses? Or should we recess this part of the hearing until we hear from Dr. Lee?
Yes, but we may have a stipulation here. We're looking
That's fine.
for exhibits, but just had some additional photographs that I wanted to go through. Okay. All right. I don't know, these have not been marked at this point, but there would be a stipulation that this photograph was taken and that person in the photograph is Mr. Renteria when he was doing the second examination, what we call the luminol visit, and it's of the foyer area of the Spector home. And Mr. Renteria is wearing white pants and tennis shoes. We'd ask to be marked next door. We'll stipulate that this is the second day or the second visit as he testified.
No, can I just,
All right.
We haven't marked it yet.
Well, you can mark it as C34, court's 34.
35.
What is 30? I don't have a 34.
Okay, we'll just stipulate that it was after the body was removed and after the placards were picked up. And I have glossies of this for the court to get a better view of it. If you can hand those to the court. And what I'm focusing my attention on is there's two, we're frozen here. How do we unfreeze? Is that on the stair here, at this time, you see some white particles both on the ground and on the stair that weren't in the original photographs where the placards were present.
Well, there's white objects in the photograph. I would also note that there's also what you could call them white objects. It might be from the negative. It might be actually the way it appears. It may be stain missing on the bookcase, the staircase, I'm sorry, that has similar size objects, but they can't be laying flat because they're on an edge. So as to what they are, I can't tell you.
Yeah, I'm not going to make any suggestions to what they are or aren't. They're just in the picture that they weren't in the picture before. So this picture would be number what?
The next in order is 30.
Okay, and then finally, next in order 35, which is a picture done at the time they did the sound test of this same area. And again, the court has the glossies of various things that are shown in there, particularly on that first step.
Okay.
Okay, and that would be 35.
Okay.
Stipulate?
I don't need to. I mean, the photo speaks for itself.
Well, I could call him back.
No, I'll stipulate.
That's fine.
That's what that photo.
Very good, that's fine. That's
Okay. All right, any further?
Not as to the evidence issue here.
People, any witnesses?
No.
Right, I think we are now to the point of the related issue, which sort of started this to some degree, is the prosecution's motion to preclude testimony and evidence received less than 30 days before trial. So it's the people's motion. How would you like to proceed on that?
Sure. You get shift gears here.
Okay,
If we have 5 minutes, would that be okay?
sure, we take a 5-minute break, no problem. Now, these photographs that I was following along, one of them is an exhibit because it's, well, I think it's an exhibit, it's marked 23, and there's also 29. And the others do not have numbers, and I believe they were just for my convenience. Why don't I give those back to you
That's fine.
before we get confused?
Okay. Yay, we're done for today. And I've got to feed my dog because I put chicken in the air fryer and she keeps reminding me that there is chicken in the air fryer. She lost 8 pounds. I got to start feeding her extra stuff. And I'm wondering if my other dog is being aggressive with her and like she's afraid to eat because I free feed them so they both eat out of the same bowl. And like they line up, they don't eat out of it at the same time, and I'm wondering if she's been eating, like we've seen her eating, but I wonder if she's not eating because like if he's there, she's just not waiting for him to get done because like he growls at her and stuff. So I'm wondering if there's something like that going on. So I'm gonna give her a plate of chicken, and I'm gonna make myself chicken fajitas, and we are gonna eat on the bed where he can't climb up on the bed by himself, and see if maybe I can get her some extra food. Oh, okay. Well, let me take a look at it. So, I am still so sleepy. I'm wondering because my B12 was low and the doctor called me after my last blood work and told me to start taking B12, which I did, but I'm really, really sleepy. Like it's gotten worse, not better. Travis also says it's because I've started getting up earlier in the morning. But I'm not doing anything extra. I'm just doing the same old, same old. So I'm waiting, Carla. I am not making any promises, but I have something special that I'm going to be working on. I'm going to try to get it out this weekend. It's going to be a live stream, but I have a dear friend. Her name is Kathy. Her channel is Court Vibes, and she told me I could use her stuff anytime I wanted to. I didn't have to ask. So, it's going to go to trial. It's in Atlanta. I don't know how I'm going to get the trial though, because I want to do it live. Like, I don't want to wait. I don't even know if she's going to do the trial. This was just, I think it was the first appearance of the guy. And this guy wants to go pro se. And so this is the first appearance. And it's hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. So it's in Atlanta, and it's with Judgment Bernie, if you guys know who Judgment Bernie is. And I'm not exactly sure. We might have to watch it not live, because I don't know how to get a hold of it live. But we're gonna watch the first appearance. So, okay, well, I'm gonna go eat lunch, and I'm gonna feed my dog, and then I'm probably gonna take a nap. So I will talk to you guys later. Have a good one, and I will see you guys later. Have a good one. Bye.